Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We've got a bit of a delayed start. We will start in 30 minutes' time. We do have delegates running late, so we just giving an allowance of 30 minutes. Please do excuse us. Also for the guests joining us online, please be mindful that we will start at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene sonwabile siyathandana basamile usohlukanisa bohluleka abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene thina sobabili siyajabula sibe happy sibe munye sibe happy muntwami 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 sibe happy sibe munye la 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 da 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 da. Loli le wai tutula, loli we wai tutula, loli we wai tutula, nangesiza. Loli we wai tutula, loli we wai tutula. Uloli we wai tutula nangesiza Sule sonyembezi mtagwetu Sule sonyembezi mtagwetu Sule sonyembezi mtagwetu nangesiza Sule sonyembezi mtagwetu Sule sonyembezi mtagwetu Sule sonyembezi mtagwetu nangesiza Loliwe wai tutulai Uloliwe wai tutula Loliwe wai tutula nangesiza Loliwe wai tutulai Loliwe wai tutula Loliwe wai tutula nangesiza Phezulu enkosini kuhlali ngwele sodwa uma ufunayi ukuya khona thandaza Phezulu enkosini kuhlali ngwele sodwa uma ufunayi ukuya khona thandaza Loliwe why tutula you loliwe why tutula uloliwe why tutula nangesiza Loliwe why tutula uloliwe why tutula uloliwe why tutula nangesiza
Distinguished guests, valued stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the MQA board, led by Mr. David Msizi, the Chief Executive Officer of the Mining Qualifications Authority, Dr. Thabo Mashwangani, MQA Management, we welcome you to the annual general meeting, also known as the annual consultative conference. Good morning. My name is Idiboni Morani, and I will be program directing for the day.
All right, thank you very much, Keribone. Greetings to the ministers in absentia, all government officials in the venue today, the chairperson of the board, the CEO of MQA, all executives of the entity. We greet you today to this very important event. My name is Brian Ngube from the Mine Health and Safety Council, and it's my honor and privilege to co-direct with the awesome Keribone. Isn't she lovely today, colleagues? I am very, very awesome. A hand to her and a hand to us. Colleagues, apologies for the delay. We just had to make sure that we extend the registration period by 30 minutes so that everyone participates in this event. We're expecting about 900 delegates in total, 600 in the venue here, and 300 delegates online. And greetings to the online colleagues as well. I hope they are audible and they can hear us. And just to acknowledge also Puleng Paka, NOMSA President, who is with us today, and Almon Teteme also on the board. So just to acknowledge them for their presence here. Without any further ado, Keribone, we can just move on to the next item of the agenda, observing a moment of silence, a reminder to why we exist and we do the work we do. The lives and the risks that are taken in the mining sector. So just to hand over to Mr. Zondi to share a few words as we honor the lives in the mining sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, program directors. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as well as all the delegates that have joined us online. The mining industry sadly lost many lives due to accidents in the sector. The majority of these accidents were due to falls of ground and general type accidents. Ladies and gentlemen, the sector reported 41 fatalities as of November, as at November 2023, as compared to 44 in the same period last year. And this corresponds to a reduction of 7% in the number of fatalities. One life lost is one too many. The gold sector reported 20 fatalities, platinum 9, coal 6, and other, they also reported 6. As the department, we want to urge all stakeholders to be vigilant on the management of health and safety in our mines. We must work together to prevent the loss of lives in the sector. Let us put in our thoughts and prayers the families, friends, and colleagues who have lost their loved ones. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. And I'll also request that the delegates that are online to bow their heads. Please stand. Thank you and can take your seats.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zondi. We do appreciate and honor the lives that have been lost. To kick us off, ladies and gentlemen, we want to start with the national anthem. I would like to call Rhythm Africa Arts to please give us a rendition of the South African national anthem. If we could all stand, please, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my apology.
Kosikeleli Afrika Maluphakamisu phonolwayo Yizwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo Murena buluka sichaba sa Yesu ufedise dinto lemathwenye usibuluke usibuluke sichabasa Yesu sichabasa South Africa South Africa Idiplo van ons Jemen die diepte van ons oor ons ewe gegebendes waar de grootste antwoord gee. Sounds a call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Thank you very much, Kidi, and thanks to the choir for that lovely rendition. I feel like a springbok now, as if I'm going on to after the national anthem. Yeah, so thanks to the Springboks for, building the nation. We're learning closely. Yeah, next on the item, ladies and gents, we would like to call on Puti from the venue, Birchwood. So Puti will just make us prepared and aware in case of any emergency. Thanks. Over to you, Puti. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Puti Ramasubane. I am here for the House Rules. So in case of fire or hearing the fire alarm, today we do not have any fire drills planned. So calmly evacuate from our emergency exit door, all the doors going down straight. You can use them, then we're all going to the assembly points. Our assembly point is our parking area. So all our venues are non-smoking venues. So if you need to enjoy your cigarette, please make your way out. We have our designated bins for that. and the bathrooms are down straight the passage here for both ladies and gents and the disabled. The tea and coffee and juices is outside under our grey tent. Our Wi-Fi, we use the Birchwood guest access. It's uncapped, it doesn't need a password. The load shedding today, it's gonna hit us from 10 to 12. We have 9 generators on site. So it's gonna take us 20 seconds to 2 minutes for total blackout. And when the electricity comes, it takes 2 seconds to 10 seconds to kick in. Enjoy the stay with us. Your lunch venue is right at the back.
Thank you very much, Madam Putti, for that. I think Birchwood is trying to discourage smokers from smoking. It is an opportunity to reconsider that decision of smoking. Thank you so much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start with the business of the day, which really is on the presentation of the mining qualifications, presentation of their financial position as well as performance for the past skills year. And to get us into that, we would like to call on the leadership of the organization, Mr. David Msiza, to give us, to welcome us, I think, firstly, and to give us a broad overview. Now, Dr. Msiza is the board chairperson of the Mining Qualifications Authority. He serves as the Chief Inspector of Mines at the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. And prior to this, he was the Deputy Chief Inspector of Mines and the Principal Inspector of Mines at the DMRE. He's also previously held positions in government in the mining sector, and he has a career that spans over 30 years, I hear. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairperson.
Thank you. Program directors, thank you. To also make some acknowledgements, I'll first off like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Puleng Paka, the Deputy President of NUMSA, Mr. Amon Teteme, who used to also serve on the MQA board. We are honored for you to be part of this event today. All the MQA board members who are in attendance, Dr. Mashongwane, the Chief Executive Officer of the MQA, the executives and management of the MQA, stakeholders representing different mining houses, stakeholders representing different labor organizations, beneficiaries of various MQA learning programs, MQA staff members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and as I take the platform on behalf of the board of the MQA to officially open the MQA 2023 Annual Consultative Conference Hybrid event, it gives me great pleasure to also welcome and thank every one of you for accepting our invitation to join us today at this important event. Program directors, allow me to also welcome our stakeholders who are joining us through our streaming service. We are delighted that you are prioritized to be with us today. I trust that you are all comfortable and having settled in as we look forward to engaging with you throughout this morning's program. Ladies and gentlemen, this platform has been to share with you on the feedback of the work we have implemented in the previous financial year, that is 2022-2023. To also share our gratitude and appreciation for your immense contribution in the MQA's achievements, and to gather insightful guidance from you pertaining the implementation of impactful training initiatives. In our role of fulfilling our statutory mandate of facilitating and administering skills development in the mining and mineral sector under the Skills Development Act, the MQA continues to harness its mandate and to make strides in instituting a positive impact to the sector that it serves, as well as to the communities by applying sector-specific skills programs and interventions. The MQA, as a public entity, is also guided by the National Treasury in terms of the PFMA. The board has exercised sufficient oversight of the core and support functions of the MQA for the period under review, and is also satisfied that control measures are suitably efficient and effective to mitigate potential risks to the MQA. Furthermore, the board and supporting governance committees are fully functional in line with the MQA constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, the ACC is our AGM as informed by the MQA constitution. This session proceedings will be guided by section 15(1)(d) of the MQA constitution, which dictates that the business of the accounting authority at the AGM must include consideration of the following items. The first one, the annual financial statement of the accounting authority. Secondly, an annual report on the accounting authority's affairs. And thirdly, the report of the AG on the accounting authority. And lastly, the acceptance for recommendation to the DG of the SETA's annual budget and business plan. Later this morning, following this session, we are delighted that you will be joining us at the most anticipated inaugural mining skills Lekgotla, where we will have a host of speakers who will address us on various topics. Once again, the MQA's unwavering commitment to uphold good corporate governance principles in its operations has maintained the achievement of a clean audit opinion from the AG South Africa for the 2022-2023 financial year. This is for the second consecutive year after obtaining a clean audit in 2021-2022 financial year. As the MQA board, we are honored and delighted to lead an organization that consistently displays a good governance culture, which has led to the achievement of a clean audit opinion from the AG. Program directors, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the MQA executives as led by Dr. Mashongwane, the management of the MQA, the staff, for the service excellence they have demonstrated in the delivery of our mandate. It is through a shared appetite for brilliance that the MQA was able to accomplish this great success. Dr. Mashongwane, the CEO of the MQA, will be taking us through the 2022-2023 annual report performance overview, including highlights of the MQA achievements during the year under review. He will be supported by the CFO, Ms. Lebogang Matlala, who will be providing the 2022-2023 annual financial statement overview, and also the Auditor General's report. We will at the end adopt the 2024-2025 budget and annual performance plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the board for continuously displaying professionalism in exercising oversight on the MQA deliverables, while fulfilling their fiduciary duties in terms of the applicable prescripts. I acknowledge the efforts of the various committed industry stakeholders and employees in the mining and mineral sector. The board is satisfied that the MQA strategic objectives support the National Skills Development Plan, that is the NSDP, and will also address the objectives of ensuring increased youth development and fit-for-purpose skills that will enhance productivity in transformation in the mining and minerals sector. The continued support provided by the sector in working closely with the MQA to ensure the implementation of skills development interventions is highly appreciated. The MQA continues to endorse the priorities outlined in the mining charter. We have observed with pride the testimonials from several qualified, historically disadvantaged individuals in the sector who came out of the MQA implemented learning and training programs. One continued key request to the sector from the MQA is to implore employers to open their workspaces for training more learners for the work environment and attract discretionary grants. The successful disbursement of discretionary grants allocated for the various learning programs is greatly rooted in the positive response by employers who take up the learners. The MQA prides itself in forging partnerships with various stakeholders that share the equal goal of facilitating accelerated skills development training in the sector. Let me rehash the importance of exercising health and safety, as Mr. Zondi was talking earlier, in the workplace and amongst employees within the mining and mineral sector. As the MQA, we remain committed to the goal of zero harm, as supported by the entire sector. As I conclude, I warmly welcome each one of you and encourage you to participate in the planned robust engagements during the program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and attention, and enjoy the rest of the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msiza. Very encouraging, especially that clean audit, for 2 years in a row. It shows it can be done. It shows great leadership as well from the team guiding MQA. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Msiza. Yeah, colleagues, so we have a very dynamic program that changes, that changes quite a lot. So we'd just like to announce an apology on behalf of Mr. Mabuza, if all of us have the printed program, who will not be presenting today. And therefore, I would like then to call Dr. Thabo Mashongwana, the Chief Executive Officer of MQA, who will then present to us the annual report performance overview. Dr. Mashongwana has extensive experience in leading and managing training and education in TVET institutions. Given his industrial experience as an artisan and educator, he actively participates in various councils, such as the Quality Council for Occupation and Trade, South African Qualifications Authority, and other councils. Yeah, without any further ado, let me hand over to Dr. Mashongwana. Thank you. Yeah, maybe to save time as well, we would like to invite other executives of MQA, starting with Ms. Lebogang Matlala, the Chief Financial Officer, and also the Acting Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Kolisa Jikelane, to please join the CEO. And then, as the addresses are given, we'd encourage the audience to take note, as we'll have a question and answer session where we'll engage and seek clarity or inputs or comments after the presentations are made. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Mashongwana. Thanks.
Thank you, Program Directors. I've actually requested that all executives should then join us. Okay. I was actually wondering to say, how am I going to see my presentation? Now, my job has been made quite easy. There are other executives. The one coming is Mr. Mabungu Mashudu, our corporate executive, responsible for communications, legal services, facilities, and so forth, followed by Ms. Mel Clark. She's responsible for stakeholder relations and regional implementation. We have regional offices across the country, so she is working very closely with the COO. Basically, they are focused on core programs. We cannot go on as an entity without our vanguard watchdog in terms of monitoring and evaluation, risk management, and so forth, quality assurance too. So it's important. That's why the chairperson was talking accountability. So we hold ourselves accountable right from inside. So thank you very much. These are all our executives. they are here also to respond to questions. We can not all present, but I guess we will be responding to questions. Indeed, let me take this time to thank the chairperson and the board, Tatem Caesar, and I'm glad that you brought the colleagues also from DMRE, all the colleagues responsible for the mining space in terms of being the inspectorate. I'm also aware that there are also other programs from DMRE. I'm also delighted that other government departments like the governing department, the Department for Higher Education and Training is also represented here. You are welcome. I've not seen colleagues, but I do know you are here. I'm not used to raising so many people at an AGM. Usually we have few numbers. So because it's mixed with mining Lekgotla, the numbers are quite huge and it's quite impressive. I'm also excited to pass my gratitude and say, let me borrow the protocols as established by people before me, the chairperson as well as program directors, so as I save time. I know that there are stalwarts in this field who are here. I work with them in various platforms in the skills development arena. I have not been inducted. I'll try my level best in terms of moving this. Whether it's moving, I am not sure. Okay. The first few slides, it's just for background purposes. I'm not going to be spending time on them because it is for those people who are really coming in contact with us for the first time. So I will not spend time, particularly so that the slide that you are seeing in a year's time is going to be changing because we are now going to be moving into our new 5-year strategic plan session. So for now, this is what we have, and this is what we are implementing up until March 2025. It's our vision, our mission, and values. If you know the history of the mining sector, particularly Mining Qualifications Authority, we are a special SETA. We are a SETA without SET. Because we were established differently, and that's where we are at. And the intention was to say, how can we then reduce fatalities and accidents in the mining space through occupational health and safety programs as well as through various skills programs. So this is why our mission talks to a competent health and safety-oriented mining and mineral workforce. And there is our values. The last value, which is value for money, it is very close to our hearts, forever emphasized in our board meetings by our own chairperson to say there must be impact, optimize, ensure that we save money. And I can attest that indeed our numbers in terms of training programs look very, very impressive. I have already spoken to this particular slide in terms of our legislative mandate, where we come from, how we got started as a SETA, and how we have to account. If you're looking at the middle block, you see the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, with all legislative prescripts that I will not necessarily talk to now. Like I said, it is simply for your knowledge. You'll see something different there. We no longer have Further Education and Training Act, Community Education. We no longer have SAQA. We only have NQF, and we have, for community colleges and for TVETs, we have Continuing Education and Training Colleges Act. And the last one, this is the legislative prescription that then guides us and ensure that we stand accountable with regard to our finances and how we execute our work. And this is, in the main, will be articulated too by the CFO as well as other colleagues. I will not talk to the bottom part of that slide. Of course, speaking to national priorities of government, like you to know, all SETAs are guided by the National Skills Development Plan up to 2030, coming from the back years as National Skills Development Strategy. And we are guided by other priorities coming from other different ministries, DTI and so forth, because we really need to we can't just operate in silo. We need to operate within particular legislative parameters. Now, this is how we operate in the MQA. Basically, committees are quite similar in the SETA landscape. There are nuances here and there. You'll see there are some nuances even here, and they are not necessarily static as they are, but they are prescribed as something responsible. Now, here is the composition of the board. This is how we are composed in the MQA. The board committees, as I've spoken to them, and these are our 6 strategic objectives. They are squarely aligned to National Skills Development Plan and the rest of other mandates right from NDP 2030. So we have compressed them in such a way that they speak specifically to the mining and mineral activity, the landscape in the mining space, to say, let's then make them unique to us. And this is what we do. In the main, the first one, of course, talks to the broader purpose of the organization in terms of administration, in terms of accountability, the monitoring and evaluation on all other support functions like you see the executives here. But right from program 2 to the last program, these are programs in the main, which are led by the 2 executives that I spoken to. That is the COO as well as the strategic, the executive in the strategic stakeholder relations, and as well as, of course, CRO with regard to quality assurance. They speak to us addressing the needs of the workforce in the mining space. And of course, this is the main reason why the Skills Development Act was then promulgated, was to look into the needs. Labor unions fought to say, we want to have a stake, we want our people promoted, productive, and also earning better wages. So we had to start with the workforce. Later on and say, but then new entrants, how then we prepare people come into the space, such as from universities, from colleges, from elsewhere, and those who are unemployed. We then had to rope them in. So all of these strategic objectives speak to such programs and such interventions. This is the value chain for MQA, how we start our planning processes. Firstly, by starting with research, getting information from yourself. So it's important that as employers, also as organized labor, that we ensure that you submit valid and relevant information in terms of workplace skills plan as well as annual training reports. And thereafter, we go to the colleagues in the DMRE and other government departments to say, is this correct? Is this exactly how the things are? I can tell you, sometimes we go to and fro because the chair comes from DMRE, say, no, these stats are not correct. So we have to get it right. And so once that happens, then we then identify programs of interventions, as well as how then do we quality assure, how do we develop new curricula, new programs, and new qualifications. That is how our value chain works. You'll see that we speak into all quality councils, in particular, Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. Now, in terms of our performance for the past financial year, Chairperson has already alluded to our clean audit, which is quite good, and I must actually applaud the colleagues sitting here, as well as other colleagues, the senior managers, and all the food soldiers in the space who are working very hard, right from the cleaner. It is because of the cleaner in this space that we are able to perform our work and then all together achieve such wonderful results. So if we do not really ingrain this right from the cleaner, right from a person doing garden, we would have missed it. We all contribute towards this particular goal. So we had about, in terms of service level agreement, this is agreement between ourselves and the Minister for Higher Education and Training and the DG. There were about 44 targets, but then we unfortunately did not met only one. We met almost 43%, and which is achievement of 98%. And in terms of our APP, targets. We had 46. We could not meet 2. We met 44, and that gave us 97%. And the summary of the discretionary grants, budget achievement, you'll see that we had to go and borrow money for us to perform much more. You'll see that we have actually exceeded our budget, but then given that we have a astute CFO, she knew exactly what to do in terms of following all due processes that we get additional funding, and we performed at 103%. And that's what the politicians and everybody would want to see. They don't want to see us sending money back to National Treasury. Shall we give the colleagues a round of applause? And in terms of the key achievement, I'm not going to be really going through the presentation is long, so I'll not speak to everything. These are simple highlights, and if the COO would want to carry on with other slides that I'm going to leave out, he's free to do so, but I would have given you some highlights just like the chair did. Achievement, of course, clean audit outcome for the second time. And we also, our annual performance information, like I've said, it's 97. And we also discretionary grants. This is what I have already spoken to. So let me not, and measuring impact. This is something very important. The MQA continues to measure the impact through tracer studies of the programs it delivers during the year under review. A total of 3 such programs were traced. So we traced about 3, and thanks to the executive responsible for this and for the team that are doing this work, we want to know exactly if we have performed, where are these learners, what are they doing? Now the good part is, Chairperson, this year for Mining in Indaba, which is an international kind of event in Cape Town, of course attended by almost many other countries from across the globe. We had 2 of MQA beneficiaries who addressed the gathering. Now, they are already international speakers, 2 young girls, young ladies, who addressed. One was already in the field doing internship, practical training, but the other one was still at the university. It was quite a remarkable thing to look at how they articulate what they do and where they come from the most rural area. One comes from Limpopo. I am proud to say, at least my home village is coming into the map, Mabuluka. So one came from Mabuluka. I was so very excited. And key highlights, achievement of the year. You'll see that for the mandate for which we were established, occupational health and safety, a total of about 3,972 employees completed their program. We want to keep every worker safe. Of course, we had a target of 3,500, but we exceeded that. And for artisans, we are, if not the second biggest SITA delivering on artisan, we could be the 3rd after possibly Mersita. So there's about 4 main SITAs that deliver artisans. It's Mersita, it's MQA, it's construction SITA, and it's Make It Bono. Yes, Cheetah. No, I wanted to. They don't call it Cheetah anymore. Oh, there she is. She is in charge. Yes. The new CEO, no, they don't call it Cheetah. She said, no, there's no Cheetah here. This is chemical SITA. so Make It Bono is the 4th. So we are responsible to produce the mark of 30,000 artisans per annum. I must really applaud MQA. We're delivering on this mandate. I know we can do more. Through our centers of specialization, I saw my principals from TVETs that we collaborate with in regard to these issues are also in the house. Management and executive development program. We want to ensure that in the space, in the mining space, people are developed, their skills, they are capacitated with the requisite skills for them to support training in the space and to do their work very well. And we really want to encourage more and more employers to take up on this one. I must also applaud the unit here led by the CFO, the supply chain management, which did not get any funding during the previous audit event. Then other key highlights. Now this one excites me because we are saying as MQA, we are not only looking into the needs of the people, the mines and the employers. What about the communities around those mines? What about the workers that come all the way, either from KZN, from in the main, they come from, Eastern Cape, from all over the country. What is it that we can do for them? So this particular program, and our board has been brilliant to say, let us put a portion of the discretionary grant to go back, we plow back to those communities. So we call them mine community programs. Now they comprise of youth programs, women, small-scale mining, and so forth. So beneficiaries there who completed those programs, it's about 3,515. We way exceeded our target, and a total of 283 beneficiaries for small-scale mining support. We want to expand on this one. And I know that we can do much more, and we want to see women, particularly also young people, entering into this space. So this is where we really need to go to. I saw other colleagues, Bontate Makubela, not our lawyer, who are in this space. We want to see more people venture into this space. A total of about 3,505 beneficiary completed youth development programs. Now the question is, what do they do after this program? This is something then our next leg, phase of say impact. We can't just train. We want to see them budding out as entrepreneurs and creating a vibe in their own community, economic vibe in their own communities. Then learnerships, 903, way above the target, and we really supported also the presidential youth intervention programs. We participated very well there. The internships, learners coming from universities as well as from other institutions, TVETs, we place them into internships for them to at least gain experience. We play our own part in the MQA because we also create opportunities to have interns. Now, Chairperson, what we have done so far, we have been on a drive, advocacy and partnership drive. We started off with universities. We have already met almost 9 universities. And I'm not talking just going and meeting, an administrator. No, we're meeting vice chancellors and deputy vice chancellors and the deans. This is how serious we are because we want them to understand we are there for them, and we now realize that there was no uptake on other university targeted programs such as university lecturer support. They are clueless about those things. So as we engage with them and partner with them, it becomes very interesting. I'm glad that as we visited recently SMU, we were with chemical SITA, and Mekiribon was with us. We intend really to revitalize that sector. And the bursaries, we are also on a high drive here, giving learners bursaries, and we are targeting also the middle class, Of course, the need is down there, but NSFAS is doing a lot. So what about the middle class or the middle? Rather, we need to do something. So we want to really transform with regard to how we do things. Now, at this stage, it will be a repetition of the summary I've provided you with, because now it's going program by program, not unless if the colleagues here at any stage they think that I might have missed something here that they may want to pick up, but these slides will then be given to you. Program directors, I think up to so far I've done my job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mashangan. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mining Qualifications Authority. They have done a stellar job, clean audit and 97% performance. Chairperson, I've always wondered how Dr. Mashangani feels. As stakeholders would know, he used to be at the National Skills Authority, Now, the National Skills Authority is tasked to advise the minister on a number of things around skills development, including policy setting. Now, when Dr. Mashwangani was there and being at the chemical city, I remember we had an engagement with them, and it was quite tough on us, and in terms of performance and how CETAs should be doing things better. So I always wonder, Dr. Mashwangani, how it feels to be on the to be on the other side. But it looks like it's going very well, if performance is anything to go by. So well done to you, sir, and your team. Ladies and gentlemen, I think before we proceed, just to make a few acknowledgements. Firstly, appreciation of the sponsors that have assisted the Mining Qualifications Authority in bringing this event. A massive undertaking, I must say, and very well organized. I would like to acknowledge Brace, Navesh. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. If we could give them a round of applause, please, in acknowledgement. I'd also like to acknowledge representation. I know Mr. Mabuza couldn't make it, but to acknowledge representation from the Department of Higher Education and Training, our executive authority as skills development authorities in South Africa. Also, CETAs that are joining us for this event virtually and in person here in the room. I do know that we've got my colleagues from the chemical CETA, as well as the services CETA represented here today. We will continue with acknowledgements, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with the program. We're quite pressed for time, so we'll also try to keep it very brief. The next presenter is really the lady of the moment. Ms. Lekgotla is the Chief Executive Officer of the Mining Qualifications Authority. I've just had a brief chat with her, and I asked her when she joined the organization, and she says around 2020, so she was a COVID baby joining the organization. But I think of significance and something to really be applauded. She's the lady that delivered the very first clean audit for the organization in a very long time. And that is acknowledging. So with that then being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on the lady of the moment to please come give us an overview of the financial reporting for the entity. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please forgive me. I won't go through a long list of those that needs to be acknowledged. All protocol observed. We are pressed for time. So I will be very brief. I just want to see. Okay, basically, colleagues, as the Program Director has indicated, my name is Lekgotla, and I am the Chief Financial Officer. I just want to correct that. She said I'm the Chief Executive Authority. I'm not, I'm the CFO. Okay, so I'll be giving you a brief overview of how we performed financially as the MQA. The MQA is a public entity, as you are all aware, and it exists to execute skills development in the mining and mineral sector. So for the MQA to be able to execute that mandate, it requires financial resources. So the financial resources of the MQA, the major source comes from the Skills Development Levies, which is governed by the Skills Development Levies Act. So according to the Act, all employers that are eligible, they pay 1% of the wage bill. And this slide just outlines the process. The process is fairly simple. You register with SARS. On a monthly basis, you declare. As you declare your PAYE, your UIF, you also declare SDL, and you pay it over to SARS. SARS pays over that amount to the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the department gives CETAs 80%. Then the regulation further stipulates how that 80% needs to be distributed. 10.5 is for administrative purposes, of which 0.5 we have to give it to quality assurance QCTO. So we, as the cities, we are only left with only 10% for administrative purposes. Then 20% goes to mandatory grants, and 49.5 is for discretionary grants. 80% is pivotal and 20% is other. I won't spend much time on this slide. I think the chairperson as well as the CEO indicated that as the MQA we are getting the clean audit for the 2 consecutive years. This slide just paints a journey that we have to go through as the MQA. You would see on 2015, 2016, we were qualified. So a qualification, you know, most of the organizations, especially public sector, there's quite a lot of challenges. So as a CETA, we were also once in that situation where we had quite a number of challenges and we were qualified. So we actually had to put in a lot of strategies to try and change the picture to get to basically where we are, getting 2 consecutive clean audits in the current financial year. Okay, this basically is the overview of the revenue that we received vis-a-vis the expenditure. The blue bar, it's the revenue, and the orange bar, it's the expenditure. Then there's that little green bar there. That is basically either a deficit or a surplus. So for the current financial year that we are reporting on, which is 2023, we received 1,593 million, which is actually a significant increase when you compare to 2022. 2022, we received 1.3 billion. So the difference between the two, it's about 15%, which equates to about 200 million. That is actually quite a lot of money. What actually happened in the sector, there were quite a number of positives. The commodity prices were favorable, so quite a number of people got employed in the sector, and hence we actually received whatever that we received. You might be aware that the situation is actually different where we are now. So basically, same year, when we come back next year, the results might actually be different. But when you look at the overall, we received 1.5, we spent 1.6. That is basically now where that percentage that the CEO was indicating is coming from. So we closed with a deficit of 18 million. When you look at 2022, 2021, we actually closed with a surplus. So the surpluses kept on accumulating, and we are not in the business of making surpluses. We need to make sure that the resources that we have, we get to spend them. So as they accumulate, for 2023, we got a deficit, so that deficit actually reduced the surpluses that we had. Okay, I won't really go into much detail on the slide. It's just to indicate that from the budgeting perspective, revenue in our sector is quite a bit complex to budget for, but we've got a very good tool that we use to actually do that budgeting. You'd see for 2023, we approximately got exactly what we budgeted. So there's like 100% there vis-a-vis the 98% in the prior year. Okay, discretionary grant, the CEO already spoke to it. We were on 103% vis-a-vis the budget, but it's actually 121% comparing it to the revenue that we received that is mandated to execute discretionary grant. So it was actually more. That is why overall we closed with a deficit, which ultimately reduced our surpluses. Okay, this slide is just the commitments that we closed with as the organization. I think in business terms, this we can basically say it's our investment portfolio. These are basically contracts that we have already contracted with the sector, and it's actually the learners that are in the pipeline. And it equates to 1.2 billion rand rounded. So that is actually a very,
a significant amount. It's actually an investment. We look at it as an investment. And when you invest, you obviously want to get returns. So when we allocate the funds, we need to make sure that we allocate funds in programs which gives us good returns. And just the top two, the first one is Artisan, followed by internship. Artisan, we closed with commitments of 425 million, with internship closing with 257 million. These are actually quite good programs where we actually get maximum returns as the organization. Okay, this is basically the 2024-2025 budget. I know this ACOO will actually present the target side. So this is just a summary of the budget. In terms of the constitution, we need to table the budget in this forum. So we basically budgeting to expense 2 billion. The 2 billion vis-a-vis the 1.6 billion that we are anticipating to get, and the effect of that is 314 million deficit. As I've indicated, we have been accumulating surpluses, so we are now in a drive to make sure that we don't have surpluses. So that 314 is basically going to be funded through the surplus. I think that is all from myself. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to Ms. Matlala for that overview on the financials. And the CEO made us aware that the CFO is very strict, so it's a good thing. And so myself and Kedi today will be strict on the time as well, so that we get through the day in time. Yeah, so colleagues, I'll just call on now the acting COO, Mr. Xolisan Jikelana. Mr. Jikelana holds a master's degree in business leadership and also a BCom honors in industrial psychology, a higher diploma education, executive preparation, a certificate in practical project management advancement program, and also a diploma in facilitation, assessor, and moderator certification. Yeah, so without further ado, I'll hand over to Mr. Jikelana to give us an overview on the operations. Over to you, Mr. Jikelana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I just want to say first, before I speak, a disclaimer. I've not worn a tie for the past 15 years, so I'm a bit feeling strangled in the tie. It's not been my thing. But anyway, just to save time again, as per the program directors have indicated, may I say, colleagues, greet the chairperson of the board and the board, and say all protocol is observed. For my presentation, colleagues, it's a short one. The constitution of the MQA requires that we present the business plan for next year, which is what is called the APP. So that's basically what I'll be presenting to you. And I'm thinking, the green one, okay. So I'll be presenting that not for the purpose of compliance, colleagues, but also to be able to say, as the stakeholders of the MQA, you are aware of what is the plan of what needs to be delivered by the MQA in the next financial year. What is going to be our business? So that's the purpose of the presentation. So basically, in this slide, I just want to say, when we look at the numbers, which is what I'm going to present to you, it's not only an issue of numbers. It's an issue of us looking at what is happening in the sector. We analyze the performance of the commodities. We analyze the performance of the different subsectors within, the mining and mineral sector. We look at other imperatives like economic reconstruction and recovery plan, your SONA, and various other prescripts that all of them inform what should we be then focusing as what we will be delivering in the next financial year. So, as indicated, this is a look forward. I'm talking about 2024, 2025. What are we going to be doing as the MQA? So, beyond the situational analysis, in terms of the process, colleagues, if I may just say one or two things there, is that we go through a process internally to look at what exactly should we be tabling. But we go beyond that and consult with our executive principals, which is the DHET and the DMRE, to say what are the imperatives coming from our executive principals that we need to infuse into our plan for next year. Further than that, we go and consult through our governance structures, all our constituencies, labor, employers, our community, and so on. So we move beyond that and do consultations across the sector. And this is, when we talk about today's event, colleagues, we are going to be presenting the numbers because you are part of the constituencies. That's basically where we are. From here, we are going to take this APP and go and present it to board. We've already done a draft presentation to them. Next week, we will be presenting the final. That's the stage that we will go to, after which we are required, as all government entities, to submit the planning documents to the department by the 30th of November 2023. So from a process point of view, that's how it goes. Now, the next slide, colleagues, is the actual business plan, the numbers. I'm not going to go to the detail of them. On your tables, there's a copy of this APP. So I could safely say at this stage, I'm done, because the copies you have. But anyway, just to highlight one or few things, in this summary, we've structured our business into 4 programs. I'll just talk quickly through the programs. We have got 81 indicators. You will think it's a lot, but when you cluster them, not much. But we have got into this point because we wanted to align our annual performance plan to the service level agreement that we signed with our executive principal, DHET. For the next financial year, colleagues, 2024-2025, we have a plan of putting into various programs 19,454 beneficiaries. Almost every year, we've been on an increasing trend in terms of the numbers of learners that we've been putting in the system. And that is in line with, for instance, also the revenue that has been over the past years increasing. So every time we get a few cents more, then we ensure that we optimize and get more learners in. And so in terms of completions, which is learners that are either in the system or that will start and finish in the next year, about 12,000 learners are planned. And we'll be spending about 95% of our budget on our pivotal programs, 5% on non-pivotal, supporting other national priorities. And planned partnerships at 262, as you see there. Now, the next slides, as per the copies on your table, talks to the actual programs. Program 1 is more on administration. And what you see there at the bottom gives you the various indicators and targets that we are going to be chasing. One of them, again, being a clean audit, as you see the unqualified audit outcome. And I wanted here to also just mention the fact that much as we are now ensuring that we get the clean audit, we meet our targets. The CEO said we performed at 97%. from around 83% over a number of years. Part of what we are focused on now is impact. We are saying it's no longer only about numbers. Yes, numbers are important because numbers say how many lives have we touched out there in terms of the resources that we have. But we are then saying, in terms of service delivery, what impact have we made? What change have we brought into the lives of these people? And as a result, we are now focused on that. I just wanted to mention that our program, too, colleagues, focuses on research because if you have looked at the value chain that the CEO presented, before you start talking about what learning interventions to put in place and to implement, you need to then do research and say, what exactly is the need? Because if you just implementing and spending money, you might spend money on the wrong things. So we spend a lot of energy and time and budget in dealing with research. Part of it, the CEO spoke about the issues around submissions, which is a key issue that we want support from the sector on. So we are just in passing to mention thinking of even looking at research shares as a new model in terms of our research. The next program is program 3, which is where most of the money is spent. This, we spend about R1 billion, colleagues, on a yearly basis. I'm not going to talk to all the numbers that are there, you see them, but I want to say the MQA focuses and spends money on a number of key flagship programs. This includes artisans. It's already been said. We are spending about 250 million rands there, and we are the second seater in terms of the contribution of numbers to the 30,000 annual plan. So that's one area where we focus on because we believe that those medium-level skills are critical for turning the economy of the country. Internships, bursaries is one of them, colleagues, if I might mention the few. Those are the other programs that we will be focusing on. And this is the last program where, colleagues, the issue is about whatever we deliver within the sector, we need to ensure that there is quality provision. And so in this space, we have those targets to support skills development providers to ensure that the MQA provides quality training within the sector. That, colleagues, brings me to my last slide. I just want to mention before I step off the floor that, the CEO said, is there anything that you want to pick up on the past performance? There's nothing specific, CEO, but just to say our plan is that we keep on that and we don't retrogress on that. And I think we also need, whilst we thank the whole organization, there's also a big role played by our regional offices with 3 senior managers who are running at that space, who are ensuring that we achieve our performance and targets. Lastly, the numbers that I'm giving you, we so happened to have a meeting with DHEAD yesterday, and we were saying, this is what we are planning for next year, 25, 26, 26, 27, which falls in the next cycle of planning. And they said, are these numbers sealed? And we committed to them, and we said, these numbers will not change. We have money for them. We will fund them. And they were happy with the engagements. So all the programs that you see there, we will be advertising for them now at the end of November. So we'll be going on national newspapers, calling for expressions of interest for people to apply for the various programs that you have there. So you must be on the lookout for that in the next 2 weeks or so. Program directors, I'm hoping I've not taken much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Njikelana. A very sound and solid plan in terms of the numbers that have been presented. And stakeholders, it really is up to you in terms of assisting the MQA to deliver on that plan. But I think in also saying so, a big congratulations to yourself in terms of assisting them to achieve last year's plan and to talk about the performance which they talk about today. So you do deserve a round of applause. Give yourself one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're drawing closer to at the end, and with all those presentations that have been made, we now have reached a moment wherein we would like to have the adoption of the 2024-2025 budget, as well as the annual performance plan that has just been presented by Dr. Njikelana. And to assist us with that, I would like to call the company secretary. We do have QR cards on the tables. You requested to please make use of them to evaluate the morning's event. There is Wi-Fi that is available from the venue, so you requested if you need to kindly join the Wi-Fi and do the evaluation. I do see a hand, May, you can have a seat. I do see a hand from the Kubela at the back there. I can't see you. You can proceed, sir. Dr. Kubela, we do have a question and answer session coming up shortly, so I'm not sure if you can wait for that. Oh, I think it's pressing. Can we get a mic to Dr. Kubela quickly? Roving mic. Dr. Kubela, can you have your hand up so they can see you? Where is the mic?
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings and good morning to all. Program Director, just want to raise that, can we have the Q&A before we approve things of the coming year? In terms of the protocol, we have to dispense of the business that we came here for.
Good morning to the representatives from the executive members, the accounting authority, senior management, and to all stakeholders present this morning. My name is Destiny Bolly, and I'm a representative from the Office of the Board Secretary here this morning on behalf of the Board Secretary, Ms. Piwengwenya. My role this morning is to announce the resolution accepted in accordance with the clause 15.1 point D of the MQA approved constitution. Pursuant to the presentations tabled for consideration during part 1 of this program, namely the annual financial statements of the Accounting Authority, the annual report of the Accounting Authority's affairs, the report from the Auditor General on the Accounting Authority, we hereby confirm the following in accordance with the aforementioned clause of the approved constitution. Resolution number 1. It is resolved that the MQA's annual SETA annual budget and business plan be accepted for the recommendation to the Director General. I would like to now propose the MQA's SETA's annual budget and business plan to be adopted as presented before you. Will the members of the Accounting Authority please second this proposal by show of hands? Thank you. We now confirm that the Accounting Authority has, in accordance with the provisions of the MQA Constitution, unanimously adopted the resolution as tabled before the meeting and fully dispensed with its business and purposes of the AGM. Thank you to all and good morning once again.
That is fine, ma'am. I see no problem with that. Can we proceed with the question and answer session? By a show of hands. There are roving mics in the venue. If we could have show of hands. The management of the Mining Qualifications Authority is on the podium to assist with that. Dr. Makubela, you can proceed.
Program Director, thank you very much. I'd like to send greetings to the board, the executive of the MQA, and particularly the key stakeholders that are here today. Without the mining sector, this SETA would not be here. Question 1, I would like the board to consider in the composition the issues of women, youth, and people with disabilities. There's only one community representative, Mr. Msiza. As a chairperson, we request that this be reviewed because I think it will be very important in relation to the targets for women, youth, and people with disabilities. We request that there be a representation in the board. Number 2, Program 3, as presented by the CEO, the issue of transformation. CEO, let me commend you and the team for achieving a very good 97% and a clean audit. Congratulations are in order. Can we at MQA look at the issue of transformation differently? Number 1, how do we make sure that South Africa's mining remains globally competitive? Number 2, how do we ensure that we transform from being the supplier of raw commodities to value-adding mining? And I think the skills are required to be coming from MQA. So what is it that MQA is doing to prepare our people, those that are employed and those that are unemployed, to become competent in such a way that we are able to add value to the minerals that we have, so that we do not have a transformation lens that is only looking at race, gender, and color. So that is my request. Coming to the final question, Ms. Matlala, you have projected surplus versus deficit. I just want to know, is that a surplus of 314 million rand, or is that a reserve? The amount looks quite high, considering that there are current retrenchments taking place as we speak in the sector. So to what extent are we looking to have an increment next year, whereas the sector is on a mode of retrenchments? Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'd like the executive to take notes of the questions, and then we'll come back for them. There is a lady in green. I can barely see from the lights, but there's a hand also at the back.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Debo Gekana, and I'm the principal of Consultative College. And let me first welcome the report, which is a good one. Obviously, you'll note that because we are responsible for training of artisans, I will then be drawn to the target. It was reported that MQA is the second largest funder for training of artisans, and the target for annually is 30,000. Now, mathematically, I'm trying to reconcile a target of less than 1,000 by MQA, and then leaving Mercita and Chemical Cita probably with the remaining 29,000 or so. So I'm trying to check if this number really is assisting in achieving the 30,000. By the way, we are looking forward to training artisans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the question. I'd like to request the executive to take and respond to those questions. There, we will then handle questions that we would have received virtually. Dr. Mashanga?
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. I will tackle the question on the 314 million deficit. Yes, I am confirming that that is a deficit. The revenue that we are anticipating to get is 1.6 billion vis-a-vis the 2 billion that we are anticipating to spend in 2024-2025 financial year. In getting to the 1.6, we took into account quite a number of factors, including the current planned retrenchment. Yes, how we actually got to the 1.6, we actually had to take all that information into account. So the increase between the current financial year and 2024, it's not really that significant compared to the previous years. And one of the reasons is mainly that the sector is not doing very well, and there's quite a number of people that are going to be retrenched. Then I will hand over to my other colleagues for other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will want to address the issue on the artisan numbers. The colleagues, the 30,000 figure is the figure on the National Development Plan, which is 30,000 on a yearly basis by the whole country, and we contribute, all of us, to that 30,000, and as the different sitters that are participating in the training of artisans. We are talking around 16, 17 sitters who are involved, including Indlela. So that's where the 30,000 come from. So our contribution as the MQA on a yearly basis is normally around anything above 1.8, 2,000. That's why I was saying we normally come maybe I must say we are tussling on this with construction and the chemical seater, because normally the meseta is normally on top, which possibly might change. I've got some information about that, I don't know. But anyway, so we have been exceeding our numbers on a yearly basis as the SETA in terms of what we are supposed to contribute. This work is, as I've mentioned in Lela, is also, it includes work done by our private providers in the country. So I just wanted to clarify, that's where the actual 30,000 comes from. At a national level, I think just before COVID, we were hitting around 22,000, and we were on an increasing trend until COVID hit, and then we retrogressed, as you know, in terms of the national numbers. They are starting to pick up now, and so we are all putting an effort to ensure that the NDP 2030 target of 30,000 a year is achieved. I think that's what I would want to talk to, and I think the other points on Program 3, skills and global competitiveness beneficiation are noted. Thank you.
No, thank you. I've noted the request from Tate Matubela on the inclusion of people with disability. During the nomination of the board, we are going to, as informed by the constitutional provision on the representation of the board, to ensure that the stakeholders that are going to be sending the nominations for inclusion in the board, it becomes a wider range of stakeholders covering people with disability, and we'll also look at the issue around wider representation with regard to the community representatives. We will, of course, be guided by the constitutional requirement on the constitution of, on the composition of the board, but we will look at those areas. And thanks for bringing that, for raising that with us.
Thank you very much, members, delegates. I guess the colleagues have responded to most of the question, and also to the question of board representation. It's something which is constituted and also guided by legislation. Indeed, we, through other various platforms, I think we can still achieve that. Remember, the decision makers are just at the board level, but there are other levels in terms of the committees that can then be decided by the board from time to time, and this is where we really need to be infusing that proposal. It's not only people with disability, but other representatives are also required. That has been noted. With regard to your question on transformation, very interesting one. This is what the board has been toiling and dealing with. At one stage, the board had to go to CSIR for a workshop and a serious engagement. It was subsequent to the initiatives of management itself, because sometimes what we do would go out first and later on, or hope in the board. We are also quite aware of the work done at Mandela Precinct by a number of various role players, universities and so forth. It is our intention to really continue supporting such initiatives to ensure that we are globally competitive, as well as have value-adding practices in the mining space, whereas we do a lot of beneficiation. Once we do that, we will then tend to keep the job here. You know, you remind me, just 2 weeks, 3 days ago, as I visited in one of African countries, I realized that we are one of the countries in Africa that I almost said manufacture vehicles.
On second thought, I said that bring together, that we simply package, we get parts, to us here and there. We do little of manufacturing of components for vehicles, but we simply do assembly. So we really need, but we're still doing good. We would have to really work hard at how we do this. That's why my issue around small scale mining, to say, maybe if we start also there at the base to say, what is it that we can start doing? We're doing a lot in terms of jewelry. We'll then showcase at a later stage what we do, but we can't just stop at jewelry. It does make me jealous when I go to other countries and see their steel structures and say, by the way, this steel comes from South Africa, and we don't even have the luxury of having the kind of architectural building and bridges that they have through the steel they got here. So it's something that we're working on, and it is for that reason that we are partnering with universities at a very higher level. This is where innovation and creativity starts. As much as we are addressing the needs of the small men in the streets, we say for the sake of our country and for the next generation, let us invest through beneficiation and manufacturing. Thank you. Not unless, yes, I see the chairperson would want to respond to. A mic for the chairperson. When I was still young, I was a good runner.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the, I think, the progressive questions. And just to augment on the inputs made by my colleagues, you are raising critical questions about Maqubela. More specifically on the fact that it's not sustainable for us to be only the minerals producer. In fact, in September, there was a Africa critical mineral summit that was held because as a country and also as a continent as well, we produce significant and strategic minerals that are utilized globally. The minister, in fact, emphasized, Minister Gwede emphasized the importance of Africa, not only Africa, but South Africa, to have a clear roadmap on critical minerals, to ensure that we augment the exploitation from exploration all the way to value addition. And I think it's very important that to emphasize that currently, as a department, there's work that is taking place to look at this critical mineral strategy or roadmap for the country, working together with the various stakeholders. And as MQA, we do realize that it's very important that we must be closer to the processes because of the role that we play or the mandate that we play in terms of skills development. And just to add further, if you look into the future as well, the provinces that will be very important for mining in South Africa, it will be from Limpopo, Northwest, to the Northern Cape. Limpopo, as you know, with coal mining, and also PGMs and chrome. Similarly, Northwest with PGMs, chrome, and also chrome. And the Northern Cape side is more with the manganese and iron. Now, we as a department as well have been working together with the stakeholders, including provincial government, to hold what we call the mining investment conferences, to identify all the opportunities that we can work together on, including the issue of value addition that you've highlighted. And what is key with value addition as well, as you know, that Maqubela, is the issue of energy, to ensure that there's a good energy mix. So we are in a process of finalizing what we call the Integrated Resource Plan, the IRP, to ensure that we have a clear energy mix, but not doing away with fossil fuels or coal. As Minister will also say, coal in this has historically played a significant role in terms of our economy, and we believe that there's nothing that stops us from continuing with that, especially provinces like Mpumalanga, which are completely, really, the economy is depending on that. So I think your question is very, very important, but there are processes that are ongoing to make sure that we address the issue that you've raised. Thank you.
Give a round of applause. Yeah. No, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the chairperson and the executive for providing further clarity and responding to the very good questions, that are raised. And to make sure that AGM is as consultative as possible, we want to ensure that there are no questions or any comments from our online audience. If there are, is there a question there? Maybe is it one question? Okay. Ladies and gents, let's please allow the question, and then we can, revisit the adoption as advised. I hope we are connected to our audiovisual. The question can proceed. Is it fine? Yeah. Or are you reading the question out? Okay. Can we give the lady a microphone? If there is a microphone.
Hi everyone, my name is Larato Mokoka from Tronox Minerals. Thanks for the presentation, but I'm a bit worried, especially for 2024-2025, non-artisan. All of us, we know that June 2024, our qualification under the old qualification is coming to an end. And with the discretionary grant coming out now in November, what is the MQA strategy to make sure that we still get to the targets, especially for non-artisan programs, so that we can enroll our unemployed learners? I've been asking this question from MQA, different workshops. I'm still not getting that satisfaction that there is a proper plan to say when the old qualification come to a standstill, MQA is ready to support the stakeholders in terms of making sure that our learners are not disadvantaged for that. First of all, I'm not sure if MQA is ready with the new qualification under QTCO, unless someone gives me something. But that is a very concerning thing, because our targets for non-artisan is high. How are we going to achieve that? Thank you.
Okay. All right. No, thank you for the question. I think that's noted. Can we please pass the mic to the front so that we take the online question and then we can close off? Thanks. Thank you.
The question is from Bongani Sishange, who is an entrepreneur with a company under construction services, and he is wanting to know how to go about conducting OHS training. Thank you.
Okay. OHS training. Okay, okay. So those are the two questions. And then I see there's a burning question, and then we close off. One more question there, sir? Then we close on that. Thanks.
Is it on? Good morning, everyone. Thank you to CE and the COO for a very beautiful presentation report that they've shared with us this morning. I've got a question specifically for the COO. There is something that I missed out or I did not see in the presentation with regards to AI. Like all other sectors, the mining sector is influenced by global trends and dynamics. The fourth industrial revolution had gained popularity in the last couple of years. When I speak of fourth industrial revolution, remember we're speaking of the connection between machines and machines. That has changed now. We are in the fifth industrial revolution, where we speak of the connectivity of machines to human beings. So the question is around what is the MQA doing with regards to AI? The programs know CE mentioned the mining community development programs that they've developed, implemented in the last couple of months. But I know they were not specific in terms of exactly what were those programs. But what is missing for me is, what are you guys doing when it comes to AI? Again, the COO mentioned the meaningful impact that the organization wants to want. This is now in terms of quantity versus quality. For me, that is very close to my heart. I love the idea of implementing programs that are going to last for a very long time, instead of just doing a tick box situation. So COO, if please you may just talk maybe at a very high level in terms of what are you doing when it comes to artificial intelligence, especially for the communities that CE talked to, your ordinary citizen in Limpopo. What is it that you can do to uplift that person and also skill the employees? Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. I think that's about 3 questions. Then we'll just hand over to the leadership to respond, and then we'll take it from there. Thanks. Over to you, team. This mic. Okay, you can come. Thanks.
Okay, very good questions. I want to start by dealing with the question on the deregistration of occupational qualifications. Yes, these qualifications were deregistered in the legacy qualifications pre-2009, standard-based qualifications in June this year, meaning we have till 30 June next year as the sector to enroll new learners on those qualifications. From 1st of July next year, you cannot enroll learners on those qualifications. And I think that's the point that is being raised as to what is the plan in terms of training and ensuring that there's no vacuum within the industry. I want to say this is a matter that we've been taking up and also discussing with the Minerals Council. But one, the MQA has since 2018 been involved in a process of looking at all the different qualifications that are servicing the industry, especially in terms of core extraction. And we have ensured that either those qualifications are realigned into the new modular-based qualifications of the QCTO, then ensure that there is readiness, which includes ensuring that there's training providers who are accredited to do the training in that space. There is learner support material. There is assessment quality partners that are in place to ensure that we're able to roll out these qualifications. And I think maybe because you are saying you've been raising this in a number of platforms, I was talking now to the CRO under which quality assurance resides, that probably we need to issue a communique around this matter to the sector, where we are able to define what do you mean by readiness, because when you talk about a qualification and delivering a qualification, there's a number of elements that you must comply with, then to tick boxes to say you are ready to deliver this qualification. Do you have service providers across all the provinces, or where mining is taking place, so that you can deliver on that qualification? And a number of other elements, colleagues. So I think I've just mentioned to him that I think that's an exercise we need to do urgently, and especially, putting a grid up of here's all the qualifications that are critical and necessary for the sector to continue business. And these are the elements of what we call readiness. And how do we tick against each of these? I think something like that will assist, not only for purposes of information, but for purposes of planning properly for the 1st of July next year.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call back the panelists so that we can proceed. Apologies to our delegates that join us virtually. We did have a technical issue with our generators and had to take a break due to power cuts. I do hope they are back online and they can hear us now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start then with just closing off the Q&A session. So, Ntate Njikelana, please assist us.
Thank you, Program Directors. I will make it quick, colleagues, because of the time issues. I think I already indicated in terms of the OHS training, you need to be an accredited provider for OHS because it's accredited training that is being offered for our sector to comply with the Mine Health and Safety Act. So you can get into contact with our quality assurance unit if you want to get involved as a service provider in that space. In terms of IA, quickly, I just want to say the question is being asked at a very good and opportune time because we're currently busy with finalizing our funding policy, and part of the things that we are introducing there is ensuring that we work with the sector in implementing IA-related sets of skills. And as a result, some of the proposals we are putting in place is that part of the learnerships that we are going to offer will cover non-core learnerships that sits in the space, for instance, of MICT CETA, so that we are able to fund learnerships related to whether it's coding and any other relevant skills in that space. So we are opening up our funding policy to talk to that. We have introduced in one of the artisans that we are going to offer mechatronics, which is also in that space because it involves PLCs and robotics. In the qualifications that are being realigned, and the infusion of mechanized mining is also a key issue because the sector is moving into that direction, especially in the deep mining areas. There's a lot of our training providers who are already playing in that space. And we also are looking at this organically from bottom up because we are looking at funding elementary digital skills within the sector as we move away from the traditional AET implementation to say our people in the sector now needs to ensure that they are digitally savvy at elementary level. And I want to close by saying, in terms of beyond that, we have commissioned 3 research projects in the IA space. Specifically, we're going to be concluding them before February because, excuse me, we are exactly trying to ensure that we are able to answer the question that says, for the mining industry, what are the next relevant sets of skills that will be required in the next years to be able to ensure that we capture, the requirements of artificial intelligence. I think for now I would want possibly to leave it there. And just to say, there's a lot of things that we are doing in that space, and there's a lot of things we are going to be sharing with the industry going forward. Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much to our executive and panelists. I do understand we've got gifts for our executive and all the speakers, which we will ensure gets to you during the course of the day. Thank you very much. Ntate Maqhubela le Mme Atli, am I now fine to proceed with the adoption? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado and wastage of time, we do have some challenges, as we all aware. Can I then call for a mover in terms of the adoption of the budget, as well as the annual performance plan as presented by the MQA management? I've got a mover from Tate Maqhubela, and I'm seeing a couple of seconders. Thank you very much. With that then being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request Mme Atli to come give us the closing remarks on behalf of the entity. And as she's proceeding and making her way, just a few announcements in terms of the changes that we've had to make. We were scheduled to break before starting the mining Lekgotla, which is our next session. We have already taken that break, so we do request that we proceed with the program. We will request then that David Msiza to come open the session for us after Mme Atli closes this first part of today's proceedings. We'd like to also acknowledge all the exhibitors. We are requested during the course of the day to visit the exhibitors, and there's a particular request that you please support the jewelry makers. They have some very beautiful pieces there. So gentlemen, it's almost Christmas. Please buy us nice things at the back there. Me'en?
Good morning to everybody. I'll just say protocol observed, otherwise I'll have a long list of greetings to do, and we are already running late. But before I start, you see, I always say this to them, never give me the stage because I'm a unionist, I like talking. But I think it's just prudent for us all to stand up. I'll tell you why when we've done that. Can we please stand up? Can we please also, those who are joining us virtually, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you, you may sit down. Maybe you'll see my logic now. When you look at the MQA's logo, the triangle, it's a triangle. Now when you draw a triangle, you start with one line, go to the next, go to the next. It tells me about partnerships. It tells me about holding ourselves accountable. And when I talk about ourselves, I talk of all of us. So having reached a clean audit, we've done it all together. That is why I said, give yourselves a round of applause. You held us accountable, and you also held yourselves accountable. So thank you, keep up that good work. My observation, or our observation, is that I'm a bit saddened, Chairperson, I must say this. You know, this year's AGM, I don't know, are people preparing them for this exciting new journey we are walking of the skills, Lekgotla? It was not as vibrant as always. Maybe the energy will come up then. But, you know, skills is a very important part for all of us. In the mining sector, that is what drives us. And if we keep quiet about it, then we are becoming very complacent. And then we'll see ourselves going nowhere slowly. And I think we want to see ourselves, as we've been going this past 2 years, as the driving force behind the mining sector. as trying to tick the right boxes and doing the right things and giving the right skills. Now, having said that, we would also like to appeal to all the seaters and all the ministers. Please open up for our people. You know, we're having pocketed skills which in essence are not taking us anywhere. I think when the idea came up, it was a very good idea, Chair, because we could all do something. But now, even going to SAQA is a problem for us, because you have to pay for them to combine that as a full qualification, which we can't as mine workers. So think about something which will take us further. South Africa is changing, people. If we don't change with it, we'll be left behind. Yeah. We've reached the end of our first program. Exciting. Thank you for the secondment and for giving thumbs up to all the programs which we are going to be doing next year. But I would also like to appeal to yourselves. Sometimes you make commitments and don't stick to them. Then it finds us one thing as well. We are not here to make money. We are here to disperse of the money. This is your money, so help us use your money. If you don't comply, we cannot use your money. And then we are found wanting by the Treasury. Remember, we are not here to make money. We are not in that business. Our business is to give skills. And the only way we can do that is by partnering with yourselves. Having said that, let me not keep you, Chair. I think we are all excited to see what the skills Lekgotla is going to bring us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Adlia. As I will also not make further acknowledgements, but safe to say that I've seen some of our leaders present here. I've seen the AMCU General Secretary, Dadem Pahlele. We acknowledge your presence. Obviously, my various colleagues from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, including the entities of the department. I've seen Mr. Kosa and Ms. Nzamo, who are the CEOs of the precious and diamond trade and regulator and the state diamond trade as well. So thank you for taking the time to join us. Now, the exciting part, Mayor Adlia, that we are talking about, I think that indeed, for us, this is an exciting part that we felt that is very important that we also focus on. In that regard, it is my pleasure to officially open the MQA's 2023 Inaugural Mining Skills Lekgotla Hybrid event. It is with great excitement to welcome every one of you to this historic MQA event. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to you for accepting our invitation to join us in this two-day all-important event. I would also like to welcome our stakeholders who are joining us through our streaming service. We are truly delighted that you could find the time of your busy schedules to be with us in this event. Make yourselves comfortable and settle in as we look forward to robust engagements throughout the two-day session. Program directors, allow me to share a bit of background on the conceptualization of the Mining Skills Lekgotla. The event was conceptualized because of the mining and mineral sector stakeholders' request that a more engaging conference be held to allow meaningful and substantial engagement on various pertinent issues that are impacting the sector. Added to the Mining Skills Lekgotla engagements are research, intervention that inform the sector. Now, the mining sector, for those who are involved in the mining sector, you would have noticed that it's forever, the landscape is forever changing. So our concept regarding this Lekgotla is for us to say, let's go to 2030 and look back to 2023 and say, what should we do now to ensure that whatever programs that we are running, especially through the MQA, make the meaningful impact that Dr. Mashongwane has referred to. I've also highlighted the fact that if you look at the future, you'll clearly see that more activities in terms of mining will ensue from Limpopo, Northwest, and the Northern Cape. But it doesn't mean that the other provinces won't play a meaningful role. They'll continue to play a meaningful role. But Makubela earlier on touched on the importance matter of making sure that we focus on value addition in terms of our minerals. So we are forever a price, in terms of mining, we're a price taker. We don't determine the commodity prices. And the commodity prices are forever fluctuating. And I think it's one of the things that we focus on as a board and an entity. And we felt that the discussions today and tomorrow should help us to make sure that our programs result in meaningful impact. Now, you would have seen also in terms of the media reports, the mining sector have lost about 35,000 jobs. Colleagues, those are significant jobs, especially for our mine workers who are generally at the lower level. Tomorrow, they don't know how they're going to fend and make way for their families. And we believe that the MQA should play a significant role, and hence Dr. Mashongwane was also talking and amplifying the most important role in terms of our community and youth program that we're embarking upon. That program, it also assists us in terms of the ensuring that the ex-mine workers, they also benefit from our program. So one of the biggest issue for me is that the two-day session should not be a talk shop. Basically, we should come up with short to long-term programs together with all the stakeholders who are here that will really not only assist the mining and mineral sector, but our country. Because as the MQA, we also provide skills for the different areas of our nation. The previous annual feedbacks flowing from the annual consultative conference suggest that the ACC alone is not sufficient to address pertinent issues impacting on the delivery of mining and mineral sector skills mandate. The MQA noted that indeed there was a great need for a more appropriate platform to address these issues under one room with all stakeholders as a collective. It is therefore against that backdrop that we heeded to our stakeholders' call to convene this all-important event. The purpose of the 2023 Mining Skills Lekgotla is to facilitate substantial engagement and to bring together the sector stakeholders, training, academics, and skills development role players to engage on some challenges and blockages experienced in the implementation of skills development, interventions in the sector, and find innovative ways to deal with some of these challenges that present themselves. The Mining Skills Lekgotla is further aimed at promoting the work within the skills development sector, highlighting the functions of the MQA as an authority and the central role it plays in the implementation of the National Skills Development Plan. The theme of the 2023 Inaugural Mining Skills Lekgotla Summit is envisioning mining skills beyond 2030, as I clearly highlighted earlier, which is aligned with national skills development priorities and goals. The overall focus of the event is to encourage and develop a strong partnership and collaboration with mining sector industry leaders, government departments, trade unions, higher education institutions, including universities, universities of technology, TVET colleges, CET colleges, sector training providers, skills development facilitators, NGOs, CBOs, NOP in the sector, as well as mine communities. We can clearly indicate, see that we try to involve everyone in this Lekgotla. This mining skills Lekgotla will culminate in the messages of support from organized labor and organized business. Then the MQA Chief Executive, Dr. Mashongwane, will present on the past and future performance impact overview, followed by a keynote address, which was going to be presented by our Honorable Deputy Minister, but Mr. Zondi will assist us with that on behalf of Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane. Then panel discussions from a host of speakers, ending the day with 6 commissions, where various topics pertinent to the sector will be discussed. Then tomorrow, which is Friday, which will be a second and last day of the event, is intended for the breakaway groups to present their feedback, including the future recommendations and the outcome of the event. Expected outcomes of the Lekgotla: 1 is to enhanced engagements within the mining and the mineral sector. 2, the creation of public and private partnerships to promote inclusivity in the sector. The following one is to emphasize the entrepreneurial programs that create employment opportunities for mine communities and the youth for active livelihoods in the economy and increase employability amongst automation and digitization, replacing formerly manual jobs. It was also highlighted earlier in the mining and the mineral sector. Also to assess the state of readiness of the MQA to address the needs of the future world of work in the mining sector through its learning programs amidst the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Also, the preparedness of the MQA to meet its stakeholders' needs in line with the implementation of the NSDP 2030, and reskilling plans of the current mining and mineral and workforce and unemployed youth. And lastly, position the MQA as a skills development authority that is responsive to the needs of its stakeholders. I think one thing that is very important, and I know I'm speaking on behalf of the board and also of the MQA, is the issue of impact and value addition. Dr. Mashongwane has touched on it. I think if you attend our board meetings, growingly, most of the discussions are around this particular issue, colleagues. We've been saying that we administer significant resources on behalf of this nation and the mining sector. It's very important that we optimize our programs in ensuring that there's value addition. In other words, we must significantly increase the completion rates, but ensure that those who finish with their studies, they do have either opportunities for employment and also for business. And I think this is one of the things that we are focusing on. So I'd like to implore for all the stakeholders who will be participating in the various commissions that this is a key thing that you should also advise and assist us on how we can improve on through our various programs. I think that, colleagues, one thing that you can really remember from my talk today is that specific issue. And for us, it's very critical given the challenges that our country and the mining sector is going through. So we really implore upon you to assist us and make suggestions on how we can improve that. As I conclude, I would like to encourage meaningful and substantial engagements which will influence the future business of the MQA as we deliver our mandate of skilling the South African nation for participation in the mining sector and national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are warmly welcomed, and thank you very much for your time and attention. Enjoy the rest of the proceedings. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Msiza, for a clear outline of the proceedings of the inaugural Mining Skills Lekgotla. Yeah, colleagues, I think in the spirit of continuous improvement, it's important we remind you to please complete the evaluation forms. Because the more feedback we receive, the more we can improve year on year in the events that we'll be scheduling going forward. So if you can please scan the QR code and log on, and you'll be able to evaluate and also provide feedback, for us to continuously improve. And it's important also to acknowledge, our partners who have set up exhibitions, state-owned entities, starting with the State Diamond Trader, the Mine Health and Safety Council, Mintech, South African Diamond Precious Metals Regulator. So thank you to all colleagues, that did the work in setting up the exhibitions. And we encourage you every chance you get to please visit the exhibitions and also buy from the emerging jewelers who have jewelry that we can buy and support them as they grow in their adventures. So colleagues, next on the agenda, as outlined by Mr. Msiza, we have messages of support from organized labor and organized business. And I will just read the list and ask that delegates, as they read their names, please make their way to the stage, and colleagues will be then given a chance to provide their message of support, starting with Mr. Olehile Kware, National Education Chairperson for NUM. If he's in the room, Mr. Olehile, can you please come to the front? I hope I haven't butchered your name and surname, sir. Thanks. Thank you. And then Advocate Hanley Jansen van Vieren. If advocates can also come to the front, just give a round of support. And then Mr. Nico van Rooyen, Divisional Manager for Mining at UASA. Welcome, sir. Then Mr. Putuma Manyat, Regional Secretary for AMCU. If he's available, if you can please come to the stage. And then Ms. Puleng Parker, Deputy President of NUMSA. And then last but not least, message of support from our employer representatives, Mr. Okhodi Singh Senior, Senior Policy Analyst for Skills Development at the Minerals Council of South Africa. Yeah. And, I did say our program is dynamic. If there are any changes, Kedi, there are maybe changes in the panel, we're fine, no? Okay. Yeah, so I think in the order I called out the names, then we'll invite honorable speakers then to provide the messages of support. Thank you. Over to Mr. Olehile. Thanks.
Thanks, Program Director, and greetings to you all, colleagues. Allow me to sort of try and save time and say, I greet all of you, protocol observed. And without waste of time, because mine is to do a message of support from the NUM. I must first indicate that we entered this Lekgotla with appreciation of successes of good corporate governance, and that is very key. In the public space today, everywhere you go, you meet failures where our society is suffering because of failure to manage public funds well. So it is here where MQA is setting the tone and making sure that they manage the rents and cents of our country very well. So we appreciate that. I must also indicate that we are very proud to indicate as NUM that the level of maturity that we have seen demonstrated in MQA with regard to trade unions collaborating in making sure that we enhance the skills development program is remarkable. we don't get into the space of contestation that is stifling the agenda of training and development in our society. All trade unions seem to understand that it is not about trade unions, it's not about names and colors of our trade unions, but it's about our society in general, that we refocus our energies into training and development of our people. So that is also appreciated. And the theme is very clear that we are to envision the future of training and skills in our country in beyond 2030. And that is also confronted with the challenge of the levels of unemployment, the levels of poverty that our society is confronted with. We are sitting at high levels of unemployment. There are, the speakers who came before me indicated that we are actually confronted with more retrenchments in our sector. That itself poses a challenge and puts a threat in the livelihood of our society. And the question is, what then do we do? What then do we say will be key in 2030 when we are sitting like this as main skills and things to offer for our people? And the agenda for National Development Plan is confronted by this particular challenge. And seated here today, it is expected that we come with ideas and views as participants here to make sure that we position the MQA to be ready to confront the challenges that are facing our people. Can we still focus on mining only? Or this mining community development projects and youth development agenda, is it not supposed to play the center stage of our interventions? Those are the questions we really need to talk to. Reality is that the few of employed mine workers we have today, we may not have in 2030. Most of them will be calculated among the unemployed. And most of them will have skills that our society may not need because they will be mining skills and they may not need to do mining. Those are the challenges that this Lekgotla must try to apply its mind towards and make sure that we assist MQA to position itself as a role player in advancing the National Development Plan. So we come to this Lekgotla as NUM to say, we are here, we want to participate. We believe that Lekgotla will make sure that we enhance skills development even beyond our mining skills. As I conclude, there's a worrying factor. Every year we have matriculants, we get to have good results. But the numbers of learners who pass that matric, more than 60% of those learners end up as unemployed youth. And it is at the bulk of the most centers where our challenges of unemployment rest. Question is our education system in as far as driving our kids to go and do matric still relevant? Or we really need to start encouraging our kids and we need to start saying, is it important to do matric? Have these kids get into class until they finish 12 years, but they still get out without skills. That puts a pressure on the National Development Plan, because then it puts a lot of people who are out there without skills, and we need to make sure that we take care of them. A lot of issues have been raised that we are actually exporting our mineral resources and we get back to want them as consumers. There are quite a number of things that are contributing to the challenges that we are confronted with. And this Lekgotla would be able to come with solutions. So without wasting time, we wish to say really Lekgotla, skills Lekgotla of MQA, inaugural skills Lekgotla must continue, and it must bear fruits that are expected in assisting to move the agenda of our national development plan at least one step ahead. Thanks, and thanks very much.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson of the Board, Program Director, distinguished guests, stakeholders, the most important people of the day. Greetings from solidarity and our support. We believe in lifelong learning. We often hear that people who have qualified from universities or colleges don't find employment. Studying is expensive. We've seen the figures today. So why would you still want to spend those time and money? Thank you. Am I audible? Why would you still want to spend time and money on studying if you are not going to get employment? So I had a look at Stats SA's statistics around it. And it showed of those unemployed, more than 50% doesn't have matric. They haven't completed school. Another 40% did not study after school in any way or manner. So that leaves you with about 10%, of which 2.4% are graduates and 6.6% comes from other qualification. So it still remains worthwhile to study. It just increases your chances of getting employment so much more. But our employer stakeholder expressed their concern that through the MQA programs, we are not delivering people that can do the job, who are competent, who can work safely, and who are fit for purpose, so to speak. We need specialized skills in the mining industry. So you cannot take anybody from anywhere and put him in mining. As was indicated by my colleague from the NUM, equally so you cannot necessarily take somebody from mining and put it or her elsewhere. So we have to concentrate on the needs of the sector and make sure that we produce candidates that are employable. I also saw data from the Human Science Research Council that indicated that people who have studied and thereafter went into employment complain that the courses that they had to take at university, the curricula, did not teach them what they had to know in the workplace. As much as 38% of those people indicate that they was not taught what they needed to know in the workplace. I would like to see a survey done of our candidates, 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, and even longer, 10 years post-graduation, so that we can see, did they learn principles at least that can be applied in the long term where they work. We need to plant seeds that can grow into trees that the next generation can pick fruits of or sit in the shade. You know, In America, there was a man, Booker T. Washington, not the Washington that was a president. This man was born into slavery. He worked at a mine, and at the age of 16, he went and walked until he got a university in Alabama, who admitted him as a student. He studied, he joined the academic staff. I also would like to just sow one seed. We concentrate also on entrepreneurial training in our institutions, but do we prepare our candidates to apply for jobs, to properly know what needs to be in a CV? Do we have, for instance, mock interviews with them to train them? What is expected of them? How to conduct themselves during interviews? So let us plant trees of education today, that the next generation of mine workers and those that are still in employment can pick the fruit of. Thank you.
I'm not Mr. Masiza, that's very long, so yeah. I just want to say all protocols reserved, everybody. And so I'm not going to go there. I just want to say thank you for inviting us on this journey. We are very privileged to stand here and be part of it. It was of must caution, uncertainty and a level of suspicion that we as trade unions have in terms of this journey. Now I'm breaking everything here. Right, let me hold it with one hand. See, that's what unions do. We always destroy everything. Yes, thank you. However, we are more comfortable with this initiative that we are currently here for the MQA to run it. We have to request that a team of stakeholder representatives involved in this process to be cautious and sensitive in the manner that we embarked with this process, and that joint, precise decisions are taken as the process unfolds. Also for one must admit, just going to move that as well, also for one must admit that we are not here to consult only, but to participate meaningfully. That's what also was said this morning, that we should participate fully, and hopefully we can get that right. And we want to participate under the auspices of the MQA, so that we can collaborate between all different stakeholders, and that's namely the department and the MQA, to get this right. Also including in this will be the Mandela Mining Precinct, and hopefully some of the companies will also get involved here. It is UASA's view that this is a critical process that must be followed and needs to result in an empowerment of the participants. The developmental process would most definitely not stop here with this 2 days of Lekgotla, but needs to continue in the future with the forthcoming resolutions that need to craft a way forward with the necessary time frames to meet the objectives and expectations of the South African mining industry. Government, trade unions and employers should strive, and I'm quoting here, create a strategy for the sustainable growth and meaningful transformation of the South African mining industry for the future. Because let's be honest, in the 4th IR, there will be massive changes and we are busy with it. Those of you who don't know, if you go to the mining companies, it's mind-boggling what's happening, and we should not miss that bus. The joint responsibility for the implementation of the resolutions to achieve the balance between transformation and growth of the industry, to contribute, it's fine, to contribute to the GDP of South Africa, This should indeed serve as an example for the rest of the other industries and a lesson to be learned from us. We need the shareholders of mining companies to cast their vote of confidence behind this Lekgotla. This must be in the interest of our country as a whole. The main concern is that the MQA must be accepted by the mining companies. It is well known that not all MQA qualifications is accepted by the mining companies. My plea for the MQA is that please, if you relook and rewrite the criteria that MQA must look at, please look at the Mine Health and Safety Act as well. Because I can tell you now, we're sitting with one qualification and we had an uphill battle because the QCTO changed the name and the name was not corresponding to the Mine Health and Safety Act. So please, we need to set that right because that will bring our turnaround time down. And then also to the mining houses, I know Anglo American is here, I haven't seen the rest. In this task team that we are currently busy with, there's only one Sibanya representative there. What about the rest? Please, we need your assistance there. In conclusion, WASA is proud to be associated with this initiative and development, as well as the benefits it will hold for the most important assets of South Africa, namely its citizens. We also wish to congratulate the MQA Attorney Board for this initiative. WASA is looking forward to participate in all further processes involved in this excellent initiative. And once again, we will pledge our full support. Thank you, Nico van Rooyen.
Program Director, the Chairperson of the MQA Board, all members of the board, the staff of MQA, all stakeholders here present, and all protocol observed. My name is Jeff Mpahlele. I'm not Putuma Manyati as the agenda indicates. I'm the General Secretary of AMCO. I wish to state up front that as AMCO, progressive as we are, we value the partnership with MQA, which has intensified in the recent past. We have engaged in various structures of learning programs, sending our learners to universities under numerous interventions by the MQA in a balanced program profile that was fused with customized capacity building, all that with an intention to improve the lives of our people. You'll pardon me, I'm coming from the old school of thought. These things, sometimes they jump up and down. They are not disciplined. Sometimes I prefer to speak from my head. The partnership with MQA has augmented in our 2019 resolution of the National Election Committee Council that we should be in a position to formulate training and come up with programs for training, which we have done. The mere grace support, I'm saying that very cautiously so, but I will elaborate later, that we get from MQA has been so grateful to us to augment in terms of our programs that we run. The fourth industrial revolution has compelled trade unions and companies alike to be learning organizations where people lack information and knowledge, they perish. So we have embraced such a statement with both hands. In 2011, social partners at NEDLAC, under the new growth dispensation, concluded the social pact, which was called the National Skills Accord. Through this accord, the social partners committed to partner in various training interventions. Companies committed to train beyond their needs and to open their workplaces for practical workplace learning. This is important for just transition in the labor market. The conceptualization of a just transition for AMCO is not only fixated on climate change issues, however, on the aspect that impact on the organization of work, including fourth industrial revolution. The locus of the just transition agenda for AMCO has been the skills and reskilling. Workers who are currently in the world for employment security, where job security has been affected by the increasing flexibilization of work. Employment security is a concept where a worker has skills to move from one job to another without losing the income security. AMCO is committed to use skills development as an important component of the just transition agenda. Research has shown that one mining job in South Africa supports 3 in Europe. The structure of our economy continues to bleed jobs due to its inability to beneficiate and diversify the mining industry. The current beneficiation strategy have failed dismally due to lack of leadership and political will. As AMCO, we have indicated that if we were to run the Ministry of Higher Education for just one day, we will close all universities and only open them if they can produce a graduate that is able to transform platinum into a catalytic converter, fuel cell, or any other innovative product. We continue. Thank you. So you scared my mini laptop now. Okay, thank you. We continue to produce geologists, rock engineers, miners, etc., who are all trained to efficiently extract our minerals so that they can go and be beneficiated elsewhere. Our higher education system continues to support the efficient exploitation of our resources. This is why countries in Europe that do not have platinum have 3 times the employment levels. South Africa, as they beneficiate our minerals into finished products. In our country with very high unemployment levels, skills development can be an important driver to transform the economy and create more employment opportunities. Our partnership with the MQA. It has been a long journey for AMCO to gain access to MQA, culminating in this partnership that we currently have today. We thank the leadership of MQA for allowing AMCO to participate in MQA programs and to contribute positively to your annual performance by successfully conducting various programs. However, it has to be mentioned that AMCO continues to be a peripheral player in this relationship as it does not have a seat. We want a seat there in the high table where important decisions are taken. We take this opportunity to indicate our interest in participating in the MQA governance structure so that we can add meaningfully and valuable information and material and make a positive contribution in the trajectory of training and development in the mining industry. The National Skills Development Plan of 2030 outlines that 80% of the jobs that we have today will not be there in 2030. But in 2030, the jobs that need to be there are not known as we are sitting right here. I thought you would clap your hands. And the Department of Higher Education and Training has become up with a mechanism, has become up with a mechanism to develop a list of occupations in demand every 2 years. It is in the interest of AMCO to align these changes to workplace processes. Our participation in the chambers and board will give AMCO an opportunity to provide oversight of the workplace skills plans and annual training reports of various mining companies. The qualification of the quality of WSP and ATRs leaves a lot to be desired, as many companies have no consultation structures, and those who have do not have capacity in their committees and to understand the skills development landscape. Program Director, the governance structure, members, and all stakeholders, we want to make a bold announcement as AMCO that we are ready to join this board in 2025, in the coming year. Opportunities for further partnership, we have been engaging on the sideline with the MQA to create such an executive team to discuss opportunities for further partnership. The following programs continue in the pipeline, which will probably be announced as soon as the parties agree. Skills development. There was discussion with the MQA constituency support office to partner with AMCO on the training of skills committee members. As alluded in my preceding paragraphs, many workers who sit in these structures do not have skills and capacity to comprehend nuanced skills development issues. We commit ourselves to work with the MQA to develop these skills in all workplaces where we are organized. Retrenchment workers, those are workers that suffered a great deal because these companies do not train them sufficiently so, if they do. And also the problem is that we have introduced as unions that there should be something to deal with the skills development. But the danger of that is that we address that at the end when people get retrenched. We are saying that should be the issue of the past. We are saying that MQA, in terms of training, I think it should be made a workplace, what you call a requisite and requirement for all intent and purposes, that all people who come and seek employment need to be trained. These companies that are not training should be penalized, like you in your equity skills program that you conduct. So if they don't act accordingly, you penalize them, and they are paying those penalties. Why it is not done in as far as skills development is concerned? I think that will go a great deal. This free for all and say that no, companies, if they may choose to do so, they will do that. If they don't, it's problematic. You may not see it because you are not directly involved, but we who are coming right from the grassroots as trade unions, we are acutely aware of the dangers of not training our people. Fund allocation, I'm crying here. In the past few years, AMCO has received grant from the MQA to conduct a number of programs. However, it is also important we learn with dismay, and we are very much challenged by this, that most of our competitors, our trade unions and colleagues, have received their grant for 23 to 24. We have not done, with AMCO, it hasn't been done. So we are challenging the MQA to really change the attitude in as far as AMCO is concerned. We also qualify that because we are the role players in the mining industry. In conclusion, we thank the MQA for intervening or inviting AMCO to come and provide a message of support in these annual general meetings. AMCO further wishes to persuade stakeholders to consider amendments to the Skills Development, as I alluded earlier on, Act to make it a compulsory requirement for an employer or for employers. The current voluntary approach to training is undermining many initiatives. Training must be made a condition of employment. The National Skills Development Plan 2030 states that the current 40% and participate in the skills development is 40%. This needs to be increased to 80% by 2030. If we are not meeting the NSDP objectives, this will not happen if skills development remains voluntarily. AMCO proposes framework similar to the employment equity as I've indicated earlier on. The WSPs and ATRs and are not doing training need to be penalized in the same logical plane and regime and the employment equity. We therefore commit our support to MQA and will continue to do our utmost best to improve our partnership. We hereby present our support to MQA annual general meeting and its processes and wish to wish you successful deliberations in your meetings. I thank you.
Good afternoon. And on behalf of NUMSA, my name is Pulem Pak, I'm the second deputy president of NUMSA, and I'm glad to be the last speaker from Labour side. Let me also thank MQA for inviting us to be part of this inaugural mining skills Lekgotla. We don't take it light, but we take this as a very vital initiative, and to be part of that, it's very important to us, more especially for workers that we are organizing in the mining sector. And I'm not going to take long, and I saw when the program directors, when I was coming with a laptop, they said 5 minutes. When you see a laptop with me, then you must know it's 2 minutes. One that we want to sponsor is NUMSA, training and development for workers and all stakeholders in understanding modernization and how it is going to impact the future of work processes and procedures along supply chain. Programs that bring about inclusivity of all stakeholders, especially workers and communities, so that with collaboration with SMEs, local supplier communication, engagement with all stakeholders, this will allow for all stakeholders' inclusion. This will assist the process as part of the change management strategies and objectives. Research and development programs in collaboration with stakeholders to understand global strategies, best practices, due diligence laws must be clearly available to all stakeholders. This allows for a level of greater understanding of rights and responsibilities via the relevant training programs. Developing a community-based learning centers that allows access to necessary resources, to access information and training, as well as opportunities for small-scale mining and mining communities where they don't understand about the mining. The access to training needs surveys can also be completed on these platforms, addressing the digital leadership competency gap and equip in all various mines, understand and share information with workers and other stakeholders, especially around the digital systematic processes. Skills and development programs focused on change management strategies for workers. And I must say, I was blown or maybe excited when I hear the CEO saying, when she met the two ladies, young ladies, one was from his village. And I'm saying today, going back to the village, it's going back to the village campaign. CEO, I'm saying, you are the same as me. If you get excited when you see one female learner or artisan, then it says a lot. We are not supposed to be getting excited when we see one. We should be excited when we see 100 from the villages that we come from. And in closing, zero harm
it's very vital. It's a priority. Your safety is very important, and make your safety a priority to yourself. And teamwork and unity, that's what makes your achievements and all that you are saying you get as a clean audit. It's teamwork and unity. And we want to say yes, NUMSA, and one of our resolution in 2016 was to say, as we reaffirm, we said we need in 2030, we need to make sure that workers, our members are trained, shop steward beyond our call, not only shop steward, but beyond our call, to make sure that members. But what we want to partner with you is to say, as we are saying, as we have this resolution, we are here as NUMSA to say, you have the money, we don't have the money, but we have the right people that you can continuously train. And as I'm standing here in different locales of NUMSA, nine regions, 52 and 3 satellite offices that we are having, we continue to teach, we continue to make sure that learning is very vital. The only time that you stop learning is when you are dead. But all of us here, we are still alive. Let's make sure that we make an impact in all lives. And the mining sector is one of the sectors that those that are making so important job that must be highly paid are the ones that are not even highly paid. When they go back to the villages, they don't know what they need to, that they will do continuously just to have their pensions, and that pension behind them, it's more than 100 people that they are taking care. So let us make sure that as today's Lekgotla Inaugural, we make sure that we take the skills to where it belongs. Let's make a girl child to be different. In the villages, CEO, the chairperson of the board, we want to thank all of you, the leadership and labor, in your presence here today to make sure that we are one and only one that makes those workers to feel that they belong, to make those workers that joining unions and being part of this Lekgotla skills development is the future for them, and they will change. And they will be learning. Don't say they are old. We are using this because you can see the age, it's not on our side. But also there are youth that needs digitalization and digital work and the new work that is coming. 2030, let's make sure that we achieve what we want to achieve, and we are with you in this journey. Thank you very much.
Chairperson of the board, Ntate Msiza, CEO, Dr. Mashongwan, and then the DMRE, you are not alone today. I'm very, very much okay with that, Ntate. You are always a lone voice in our boardroom meetings. Thank you for making sure that you are not alone today. Esteemed guests, on behalf of the Mineral Council South Africa, through the Office of the Head of Skill, Ntate Ali, the Mineral Council wants to acknowledge the initiative that the MQA conceptualized of having a Lekgotla where we will be deliberating. We understand that the terrain at which MQA is operating is very, very much complicated. From the Mineral Council, we deal with policies and legislations and other documents that governs HRD in the mining space. And in our own analysis, we have made some decision around how difficult it is to navigate learning in the MQA space. You have got the mandate of the Constitution that you need to adhere to in terms of Section 29 of the Constitution that says there shall be learning, and learning in higher institution will be accessible. And it's one of your core functions. When you look at your legislative mandate that are articulated in your strategic document that you presented for adoption, you are bound by PFMA in order to comply to the Schedule 3 entity. That is what the the finance officer presented to us that you have managed to emerge with clean audits in management of funds. That is extremely job well done. I'm of a view that you are one of the least sitters that have achieved that. In the mines, our guiding document is Mine Health and Safety Act. We draw strength from as employer and as labor in the mines. We cannot run away from it. And that is the document that promulgated you to be the advisors of the minister on the mining and mineral-related matters. Your compliance to that document is acknowledged, and your agility to ensure that we really navigate. Because when you look at in context, when the DMRE comes, they visit the 4.1, the 3.1, the 213.1, the 213.3.1. They are looking for competent people as per Section 7 of Mine Health and Safety Act. And competent people in the mining industry, we are looking in the eyes of the MQA as the sitter in the mining industry. So it is critically important to understand the dynamic of the legislative integration at which you are operating. But for now, I'm of a view that you are skating correctly. Do not lose focus, MQA. We support the initiative. Colleagues, the MQA is having a responsibility of being a sitter through Skills Development Act. And it needs to address DHET-related interventions that should reflect its service level agreement and the APPs. And the MQA have demonstrated its agility to ensure that whatever that is committed between DHET is achieved. And for that, we really applaud that dedication and commitment as an employer organization, that there is that willingness to make sure that targets are reached. When you look at the policies that are there, your National Skills Development Plan, your white paper on post-school education and training, your Human Resource Development Strategy document, all those documents are inherently wired in your day-to-day operations of the MQA. But you emerge victorious in ensuring that all the KPIs that are linked with all those specific pieces of legislation are properly harnessed and funneled to ensure that we reach our targets. We really appreciate your dedication on those spaces. Colleagues, the mining industry is challenged. One, safety is a critical aspect that we are driving. That is only have indicated the statistics of safety in the mining industry. The MQA must be able to advise the industry through intensive research, observation, and conclusions and recommendation that these are the trends of incidents that are happening in industry. Through learning, this is how we can eradicate, if not at all engineer out, all those specific risks that are there. So the research component of an MQA as a sitter, it's an integral function that will help us as employer to latch into what have been researched by our sitter and what companies are doing in their own operation. You know that as when the companies they don't research, they do what we call OE, operational excellence. It's our research platform where we take engineers, we are saying to them, colleagues, we are transitioning from 12HM32 to 12HM37. Do a case study, come and present, let's interrogate it, and then let's implement. These are the research that you are doing. But if MQA is not onboarded on how transitioning is done through equipment and assets of the mine, and how technology and learning is infused, there will be that disparity that is there. So we are appealing to the MQA that be visible, be part of what is happening inside the companies. Colleagues, the industry is faced with retrenchment. The speakers have spoken about that. We are saying to you that, yes, it's a reality, and it will affect the coffers of MQA, because if a mine is closed, if a mine is liquidated, if there is a going concern on a mine, Section 197 of Labor Relations Act, it shrinks your ability to get more funds. And once Section 197 is invoked, it automatically in the mining industry lead to a fertile ground of Section 189, which is a retrenchment. At least in government it's manageable. I was looking at a case study of DMRE and Department of Mineral Resource and Department of Energy. When they merged, and then after merging, they have managed to strategically deploy overstaff or complementary staff. But with the mine, it's a different aperture. Go and look what happens to Implats and Royal Bafokeng. Once that merger have been, a possibility of Section 189 was there. These are the real threats that are happening in the mining industry, and we will be inviting MQ as a SETA to come with intervention to mitigate possibilities of people that will be leaving the industry as a result of those mergers and acquisitions that are prevalent due to economical circumstances or other factors that are there. But it's not doom and gloom, colleagues. 1 minute, I'm giving 1 minute now, I'm summarizing. In closing, you are not alone on this matter. There are a lot of work that are done in the mining industry. Lot of institutions are taking lead in making sure we are crafting the skills to reflect the industry. MQA, you have got CSIR, DMRE, Mintech, QCTO, MEMSA, MESITA, CHETA, all those people, they have got best practices. You have got professional bodies like SANE, MVSSA, you have got surveys and samplings, IKEA, SACMA, EXA. All those people, they are driving skills in the sector, and we need to latch into the findings that are there and see how best we as an MQA SETA in the mining industry can achieve the targets that we want. I wish you an engaging Lekgotla. I'm asking that let's participate and craft a document that in Tate, chairperson of the board and Tate CEO of the board will be able to give an account in the next Lekgotla about progress made on the contents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From our stakeholders, from organized business and organized labor, we've noted the messages of support, and we highly appreciate them. Some a bit controversial, but I think needed in terms of disruption. We need new thinking to change the status quo, so we do appreciate all the messages of support. The MQ has something very small to thank you. It is behind the chair, so if you wouldn't mind picking it up and then going back to your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few changes in terms of the agenda. My co-presenter, Brian, did indicate that it's quite a dynamic program that we are running with changes here and there. The load shedding and the technical challenges are also not assisting us much. So to not have colleagues not listening to this wonderful plenary that we have planned, we are going to be breaking for lunch after our next speaker for 45 minutes. We are hoping to have you back in the hall around 13:45. This is after the Chief Director has spoken, who is the next speaker. Tate Thabo Mashangane is the Chief Director, and he will, as indicated by the Chairperson, be coming to speak to us about the MQ's past performance and future impact.
My presentation. Okay, thank you very much, Program Directors. I see that my presentation is not yet up. I'm not sure whether the technical people are fixing that. It's here. Oh, but I can see.
This screen's the teleprompter.
Yeah. What do I need to do? I don't have the technical people, please just help. There's no on button here. Yeah.
We're not seeing the presentation on the teleprompters in the front. Can we be assisted quickly?
Thank you very much. Thanks, program directors. I'm going to be real quick. And I must actually applaud all our leaders who were here, the union leaders, and also from business. I even wanted to say, is Mr. Senior from business or from unions? You know, he has this shop steward voice. He overpowers even the microphone. But thank you very much. I have made some notes. So the good thing I'm seated next to Chairperson. I keep on saying, Chairperson, please look at this. This is something, it's our takeaway, something that we'll have to work on. I'm going to quickly run through this presentation. Now, the intention here is to give you a high-level overview of our performance over, say, 3 years. It will not necessarily be around everything, but it will just give key highlights. What we are doing, we're in the process of doing a 5-year analysis study, and then we are also going to follow that up with evaluation study for the last 5 years. If we have some more money from the employers, nothing can stop us to go back as far as at the time when MQA was established. So as we have a holistic picture of where we are at and what are the trends. So it's a whole lot of work. For now, because it's a high level, it might be also difficult to interpret here and there because now data is consolidated at a higher level. Later on, we'll break it down and not necessarily in this session. Now, this is the role of MQA, as we all know. And it has also been evolving as much as we do not depart from our core mandate, which is the sector. We were also challenged as we moved from one previous skill development to the amended one. We started also from the National Strategy 3, NSDS 3. We started seeing that there has to be some kind of performance on national priorities, not only on sectoral. So this is all what we do. I'm not going to be speaking to that because I did talk to it previously. Now, on these slides, like I said, it's highly summarized. We see sector skills plan, numbers and percentages of hard-to-fill vacancies. We know that from Department of Higher Education and Training, they of course produce that document that speaks to occupations in high demand, and some of those occupations could be scarce and critical. So all of those nuances must be understood in context. Now, you see the rock engineers there. They are making about 1.98% of the skills that had to fill. In other words, we have challenges there. And the engineering, maintenance, all the percentage that you see, it actually says these are some of the challenges that we are having in the space. I'm glad that the AMCU Secretary General raised other skills and qualifications that do not appear here. Now, those will be the ones that support manufacturing and beneficiation, and this is the trend that will take. Then you also see the mining technicians at 3.98%. Now, if you're looking at the mining production managers, we're standing at 9.75%. What we started doing at MQA, maybe I must actually add that, we have started a drive to meet with all key stakeholders in the space. We've already met with AMSA, Association for Mine Managers, and so forth. And we have also met with a number of public entities
in the space of mining, that is DMRE, to say, no, State Dam on Trade Dam, you can't do it alone there. Mintech, let's come together, MHSC, let's see how we can then join forces and address shortage in the skills. We have done the same with all entities, or most of the entities in the DHET space, universities, TVETs, and that's why we have some of the TVETs here who produced through them. We were able to produce lady artisans and so forth. So we slowly but surely doing a dent to some of this. Now, the reasons, as we ask in the employers, what is the problem? Hard to fill vacancies. They would, of course, talk to common issues such as lack of relevant experience, poor remuneration, lack of relevant qualifications, or maybe at a desired level, and equity considerations. As much as equity consideration could be a challenge, a hindrance, but it's an opportunity for us to say, what are we going to do to have more female workers in the space, people with disability in the space? We have already engaged with them, and we still continue engaging with MINCOSA as they are one of the main umbrella body in the employer space, and say, look, at a level of certain qualifications, what is it that we can do? And we said we're still going to be meeting with DMRE, we already met, but at a different level to say, what do we need to do to stop, drainage of, mine engineers as well as other qualified people in the Northern Cape migrating to Gauteng and other better regions. We really need to saturate our space. If the space is well saturated with highly qualified people, then innovation and creativity will kick in. Now, in terms of all our targets, high level, we combined everything. We are saying 2021, look at the trends. You see the entered, we started now to, of course, achieve more as compared to the entered. What does it tell you? It tells you that there are pipeline targets that have been in the system. Now we're starting to churn them out, but they can only come out on that particular year, that is 2021. And you see on 2022, they are much higher. In other words, there were more learners, our entered were more in the previous years, and therefore they're coming out at the 2022 level. It's important to understand sometimes this research nuances to say, but then why is this happening there? Why, when we started with the artisan drive of 30,000 per annum, why in the beginning of 2013-14 we had big numbers? Yes, because we had number of learners who've been sitting. Now we're starting to count in them. But then going forward, you'll see that the numbers will go down because now we're getting more realistic in terms of the up-to-date report. So in 2023, if you're looking at that, you then say, but something happened. If you're looking at 2022, we were up. 2023, what happened? COVID happened. Obviously, our entered were also affected by COVID. We had to tone down in terms of the entered. And now 3-year analysis percentage achievement against targets for the entered learners. Now, MQA entered average performance for the 3-year analysis. You're looking at, well, career guidance because it's part of our, one of the indicators we have to reflect it. Does not necessarily say entered, but we simply say we did much more over this period, more than what is required as per our annual performance plan. Now, you measure each entered category against the required target as per plan. So that's how the percentage are now must be understood, unlike the previous ones. So you'll see that we have actually been doing quite very well. And the TVET NCV, I want to pick on that one because it has been such a challenge in the introduction of the NCV. I know I was there, I even also had to participate in the curriculum development of some of these things. It's been a difficult journey and there was a lot of resistance. And to say, can they really, at the end of the day, become artisans? Yes, they are becoming artisans. And I can tell you that from my point of view, their curriculum, it's more stronger, more comprehensive than the end programs, and it gives them some holistic kind of picture. So I will not go through to each and every target there. Now here is some of the analysis in terms of programs that have been implemented and completed versus the achieved. You see, it's basically something similar to that slide that I spoken to, the number of the total number of programs entered and they achieved. How far have we gone? And you'll see that more and more learners do achieve, they complete and then achieve their qualification as we move forward. 3-year achievements against the target is continued here. Now you see the completed performance, the 3-year analysis, the bursary for the unemployed. We, in terms of performance completed, is 67.29. Now this is the unemployed. I'm not sure whether we have the employed there because I just wanted you to see the comparison. Sometimes we struggle with the employed, and there are reasons I don't see there, but I know that the employed will be slightly lower. The reason is these are people in the employment, and therefore they are required to be working throughout the day and later on go and study, and most of them, particularly at bursary level, they are at UNISA, giving a lot of diplomas. We did engage with UNISA around some of these issues to say how best can we also support. Not many other universities will have graduates, of course, doing online or correspondence. It's few of them. Most of them, they want them at the institution. So we really need to think hard as to how we can then fast track them. We are doing fairly well in terms of our IED, adult education program, but the trend is that the numbers, the numbers are going down in terms of that, which is good. It simply says we have lower numbers now of people needing to know more about literacy and numeracy. And the drive is for IR, somehow we need to be teaching them about digitization and for IR. And this is centers of specialization. We have the Big Five coming from one of the TVETs there. This is how we're performing. We have launched this center of specialization for the mining sector because we would really want to encourage everybody to participate. This one, I know this slide has been flighted by other colleagues, and you will get this presentation. What we are also just showcasing is Koketso Mpobashala from Soshanguve, continuously doing very well in terms of number of programs and in terms of jewelry, the design. Some of them are here. Please let's support them. And we have also number of other people. You saw is it the crown of Miss South Africa? That is a beneficiary of MQA who designed that particular crown. So let me stop here. You see Ngobile there and so forth, because that's the person I'm referring to. But we have done very well, so I'm not going to be talking to all of these slides, the implications. They are saying, what are we going to do? Digitization for IR, automation in the space, and hence I said, University of Pretoria is here, we're engaging with all other UJ and so forth. Now going forward, we are saying our strategic framework must be crispy and on target. So it's a summary of what we are going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, let me leave it at this. The rest of other slides, it will be for your own reading. I respect the people behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for respecting us. Yes, you can go back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch, as I've indicated. The lunch is behind us in the same venue, just behind the banners. It's already being set up and they are ready for us. Just in terms of quick announcements, I would like to request when we come back, we will be in plenary the speakers as per the program to kindly get mic'd up. The IT table is also at the back so that we also move very swiftly when we come back and proceed. I've requested that we take a 45 minutes lunch, so if we could kindly then be back at 13:50, 1350. Thank you. Lunch is there.
2.
Oh, I don't know the song.
Ulindle wemamgobhozi ngobunyana wami yelele uyashada namhla ulindlela we manyawusa suba nomo nyana wamushadile bendingazi sombono makoti unyana wa ujongile this time mahadebe suze zo specs uze emshadweni ngiyashadisa namhlanje bebe sithi unyana wami bebe sithi angeke athathe vula indlela we mamgobhozi vula indlela yekela umona vula indlela we mamgobhozi vula indlela yekela umona awena mangobeza unomona inentombi zodwa yoyoyo mangobeza hayi unomona bengingazi yombono makoti unyana wam ujongile this time mahadebe suze zo specs uze emshadweni ngiyashadisa namhlanje bebe sithi unyana wami igodi bebe sithi angeke athathe vula indlela vula indlela vula indlela yekela umona vula indlela we mamgobhozi 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 vula indlela yekela umona.
since you don't know it, I'll do it, but I'll do it in the first set. So I'll do another song now, but while you chill a little bit.
Can we get ready to start, colleagues? Okay, sure, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get ready to resume the session? Can we, oh, please take our seats. Go. Can we get ready to start, colleagues? Are they stopped now? All right. You could, thanks. Okay. Ladies and gents, can we all settle so we are ready for the next parts of our session? Okay. Sorry? Yeah, I have. I can do it again. Yes, I have. We can do it again. Yes, we have. Yeah. Ladies and gents, in the interest of time, can we please all take our seats so that we can proceed with the session? Can we all please take our seats and get ready to wrap up the day, please? Jump back to... Go. That's all the stuff. I don't know where I left my stuff now. Okay, I think I left my things in that bag there. Yeah? Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Just ask the audience to take notes. Ladies and gents, it's 2 o'clock now, and we'll be proceeding with our program for the day. Can you all please take our seats, ladies and gents? Colleagues, as highlighted by the chairperson, Mr. Msiza, earlier, the Deputy Minister is unfortunately not available today, but we are glad to call upon Mr. Zondi today to give us a keynote address. Mr. Zondi is a board member of MQA, a board member of the Mine Health and Safety Council, and also chairperson of the Legislative and Occupational Safety Committees. If Mr. Zondi, I can ask that you please come to the stage to give us our keynote address for the day. I have also corrected a mistake I made earlier by not introducing Mr. Zondi. So he gave me a chance to up my game, in his own words. He said I can up my game in the afternoon. Okay. Okay. Over to Mr. Zondi. Thanks.
Can the colleagues that are still walking into the venue please take your seats? Thank you very much, program directors. And I must say that they are doing a wonderful job. MQA board chairperson, Mr. Msiza, MQA board members, leadership from organized labor, and most of them have graced our stage earlier on. Leadership from organized business, similarly, some of the members have graced the stage. CEO of the MQA, Dr. Mashongwane, and the MQA executives, CEOs of our SOEs, representatives from other government departments, Team DMRE, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Deputy Minister, I want to start to congratulate the MQA board and the executives for achieving 2 consecutive clean audits. And this was also highlighted earlier on by both the chairperson, Wabu Msiza, as well as the CEO. This proves that governance in our state-owned entities reduces operational risks, thus enable them to deliver on their mandates for the benefit of people of South Africa. We hope that the MQA will not only maintain this standard, but improve and become exemplary to our SOEs. Let me express my proud gratitude for the opportunity to engage with all the delegates at this inaugural Mining Skills Lekgotla on important issues that affect the mining sector. This Mining Skills Lekgotla convened under the theme Envisioning Mining Skills Beyond 2030. And I'm sure we can also see it on the banners on either side of the stage. Is aligned with government's mission of building a sunrise mining industry, despite our long country's history of mining. Notwithstanding the significant contribution of mining to South Africa's economic growth, truth is that it happened on the back of marginalized black people in general and Africans in particular. With the advent of democracy in 1994, our government continued to actively advance transformation as a means of economic growth, development, and pursued the enhanced participation of black people in the mainstream economy, particularly in the mining and energy sectors. In order to redress the atrocities of the past and injustices against black people, mine workers in particular, government enacted the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, commonly known as the MPRDA, in 2002, and introduced the Mining Charter in 2004. As the DMRE will continue to enforce these regulatory instruments to achieve the desired transformation, encourage investments, economic growth, and inclusiveness in the mining and energy sectors. The intention to propel our country on a path to inclusive growth and development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is encouraging that all key stakeholders have come together to identify skills programs and qualifications that will meet future needs of the mining in the South African, to meet the future needs of mining in South Africa for centuries to come. Cognizant of the fact that we meet here today, our country is faced with slow economic growth, high levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The discussions here must be geared towards finding lasting solutions to our challenges. Mining is rapidly changing and requires a smart and mobile workforce with commensurate skill sets. Our task as social partners, government, labor, and business in the South African mining industry is to ensure that we adapt to new ways of mining and we leave no one behind. These challenges and opportunities before us today are such that we must have educational and technical capacity and capability to navigate our way through the dynamics of today's mining sector. We must have programs to reskill the existing workforce and prepare them for future mining. As we do so, we must also find space for the unskilled and undereducated workers. We need to prepare our workforce for 4IR and need to make sure that we embrace it as the mining sector. As the DMRE, we are engaging in discussions with the MQA on scaling up several skills programs to transform the lives of mine workers and foster participation in the mining industry. These programs include, amongst others, training of artisanal and small-scale miners, entrepreneurial skills, training of rock engineers, and seismologists. Working with the MQA and Mintech, government has trained over 600 miners to operate as artisanal miners across the country. There are 150 in training and are expected to complete their training program by the end of this quarter. The DMRE will soon embark on workshops in the areas where there is a potential of artisanal and small-scale mining to promote optimal and orderly exploitation of mineral resources to the benefit of all South Africans. We'll further promote and facilitate entry and meaningful participation of historically disadvantaged persons in the artisanal and small-scale mining. And we hope that the MQA will join us in these workshops. The recruitment of young mine workers with technical knowledge of new ways of mining is needed. This means we must collectively invest in young people who study science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or commonly known as STEM subjects, and encourage them to make career choices that are aligned with the needs of the mining and energy sectors. Progress has been made in the reduction of fatalities, injuries, diseases in the South African mining industry. We still have much more to do to realize our goal of zero harm in the industry. This calls on us to empower our mine workers with necessary technical skills and information on health and safety, as this is critical to achieving zero harm. Ladies and gentlemen, given the complexities in mining, this Lekgotla must guide our mining skills agenda for the future. In conclusion, all delegates at this Lekgotla must ensure that decisions taken here will help us to grow the South African mining sector. Secondly, there must be programs that will ensure that the sector has adequate future skills. And this was also emphasized by Mr. Msiza earlier on as part of the second session of the program. And the Deputy Minister wishes all delegates a successful Lekgotla. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zondi, for that opening. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now in plenary. We do hope that the lunch has energized you all and has not depleted the energy levels. So I hope you are ready. We do have very exciting presentations that are coming up to prepare us for the commissions that are happening later. We've got representation and stakeholders from the mining and mineral sector to share experiences as well as skills development trends and implications in preparation for the plenary, as I've indicated. We did request that presenters get mic'd. So with that having happened, I would like to firstly call on Mr. Mushtaq Ali to ascend the stage. Mr. Mushtaq Ali is the head of skills development at Minerals Councils of South Africa. He will be joined by Mr. Rian Berg. He is the impact area manager at the CSIR. So if I can also ask you to ascend the stage, please. Third in line, we've got Ndate Kgaudi Mahlangu, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Tuli HR and Projects. We have the First Lady on the panel, Ms. N. Mufumadi, who's the Head of Skills Development and Training Programs, Mining and Minerals Economics Division at Mintech. And then lastly, we have Ms. Fatila Brovko. She is the Chief Research and Operations Officer at the Mine Health and Safety Council. Just in terms of proceedings, our panelists have about 10 minutes each in terms of their presentations. I am going to be very strict. Of my partner and I am the strict one. Brian has been a bit lax. And I want us to get to the gala dinner so that we can dance a bit. So I'm going to be stricter in terms of time. So if you would then allow us, we won't be also, and it is not to take away from any of the achievements of our esteemed presenters and speakers today, accomplishments. We won't be going through each and everyone's profile. Please do excuse us, but it's just in the interest of time. With having said that, I would like to then request and humbly ask Mr. Mushtaq Ali to come give us a presentation on strengthening partnerships to encourage modern, high quality and agile skills development systems within the mining and mineral sector.
I was going to, thank you, Kiriboni. Oh, sorry, Program Director. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I was going to say, I don't have the opportunity to turn around and say, you will do justice to my profile later, you know, but that's fine. It will be just a waste of time. And likewise, you know, and I see you've even shortened my time from 15 minutes to 10 minutes, but that suits me fine. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm one of those who's not going to stand here and spend half the time observing protocols. If you'd like me to observe your protocol, we'll talk outside. And I'll acknowledge you. But just to say all protocols observed and to move swiftly along, so in the interest of time, as Program Director has said, and I know from past experiences, she's serious about keeping strictly to time. So, good afternoon once again to all of you, and Tate Kumani, I take my words back. I thought we would have thinned out to about a third in the hall, and I think we're a little bit more above that, so I will remain here. So the topic I was given to talk to you about was about strengthening partnerships to encourage modern, high quality and agile skills development systems in the minerals mining sector. And of course, this got me thinking to say, what exactly is the topic? What am I supposed to be speaking about? Or what am I supposed to be sharing with you this afternoon? And I went and sat with the topic and I said, hang on, is it about strengthening or is it about establish and considering? I know the researchers that are sitting in the room, especially from the MQA, are probably saying, what is he doing? He's changing something we wanted to get to. Apologies for that. But, you know, we need to give consideration to establishing and considering partnerships to encourage what? We want to implement and we want to achieve modern, high quality and agile skills development systems in the minerals mining sector. But there's an important component for me that's missing out of that. And that component is about environmentally and socially responsible and embedded in good governance. Now, you'll hear a lot of people talk about ESG and where ESG is at and how we should start pursuing it. And that's why I believe when we talk around a topic like this is what we need to keep at the back of our minds. So the first thing I went and said to myself is, what is the topic referring to? And if you look at building or strengthening partnerships, one of the things you want to do is you want to build responsible and inclusive collaborative efforts aimed at enhancing the education, training, and workforce development. And notice it says education, training, and workforce development programs. I'll come back to why I'm emphasizing workforce development programs related to the minerals mining sector. This initiative is driven by, excuse me, by the recognition that mining and minerals sector requires a skilled and adaptable workforce to meet the evolving demands and challenges of the industry. So I could stand here and people that know me will know I could probably give you a keynote address right until it's dinner. So I just captured a few sentiments of what does it take to strengthen partnerships in the sector, and more specifically in the minerals mining sector that we're at. Firstly, we want to have shared goals and values that are focused and impactful. So when building these partnerships, let's identify common goals and values among stakeholders to align our efforts towards a sustainable mining practice, environmental stewardship, and social responsibility. And I mentioned that earlier on, and hence the tweaking of the topic. So the questions we need to start asking ourselves around these things are we aligned and are we doing things with a shared vision? And you'll find a lot of time that we're doing things in isolation. It's either employers and MQA, or it's MQA and community, or it's employers and DHET, or it's DHET and labor. So are we all sharing the same vision? Do we have the shared vision to create impactful change? Are we trying to boil the ocean? You know, are we trying to do too many things all at once? That's not giving us the results we want to. And you know, I could stand here and talk to you about having more than 60 indicators in your APPs and SLAs and the challenges that come about that. But those are the kind of questions we need to ask ourselves. What are the things that we're driving that's going to give us meaningful impact? That's going to alleviate poverty, that's going to eradicate inequality, and very much so make a dent on the unemployment that we have. Do we have the appropriate skill systems in place to achieve the shared vision? And you'll hear a lot of criticism about the system that exists and some of the flaws of it, but these are questions we need to ask ourselves when we start building these collaborations and partnerships. Government support is another area that we need to look at. And I'm watching the timer here, Kiribone. I've got like less than 5 minutes. Strange how time flies. I'm not going to go into the detail. I'll definitely share the presentation doc with yourself at the MQA, and you can disseminate with the colleagues. And if they have any questions, like we always do, they can send them through to me. But in terms of government support, how effective are our policies and incentives? You know, NSDP, National Plan, PSET, all of these things that are coming up, are they really addressing the issues that we have? The next area that we probably need to ask ourselves is around industry-driven, demand-led training programs. That's one thing you hear time and time again. In the programs that we're delivering, not just in the MQA and the sector, across all sectors, are these programs demand-led? Is it something that we require to create that impact in unemployment, in the poverty challenges that we sit with. So that's another area we need to start looking at. Then we need to definitely build multi-stakeholder collaborations. And I've spoken a little bit about this earlier on and I've mentioned it. We need to look at how we collaborate across various environments. You'll see you have colleagues here from CSIR, very critical role that they play on research. We have individuals here from educational institutions, TVETs, very critical that we get involved in those spaces as well. So we need to make sure when we're having effective partnerships and collaborations that we involve all the stakeholders, including the other parts of society that we always forget about, either labor or community. And that's what we need to do. We need to think about integration of technology into the systems and the approaches we have for training delivery. I mean, if you were to sit there hand on heart and say, you are really a top-notch training and development area, and you're really providing technological solutions, speeding up training and development. So how innovative and bold have we been in embracing and utilizing technology? You know, there's various examples we've got at the Minerals Council where we've done technology situations and we've done technology shows, and we've come up with providers that can assist advancing training and development as well. We need to have continuous dialogue and adaptation, this whole concept of continuous improvement. And we need to make sure when we're building partnerships, we want agility in it, we need to also make sure that we have continuous dialogue and adaptation. So do we pursue continuous improvements in our partnerships? CETAs do tracer studies. What do we do with the tracer studies? Do we understand whether we're training for the streets or we're training for actual employment? Do we understand whether those are still the demands? So we need to constantly assess the partnerships that may exist. So let me swiftly move on to the next slide. Okay, so let's come closer to home with some examples, and apologies if I seem to be criticizing some areas and also praising some of the areas. Tripartites on reduction of fatalities and pursuing zero harm works quite effectively. You've actually got in the mining sector, labor, employees, government, along with organizations like your Mine Health Safety Council, sitting together to say, how do we address this issue of getting to zero harm? That works. And we're constantly trying to improve and get that right with the relevant partners on board. Let's come to the other area, SLA APP versus industry views. When you've got divided views about what are the indicators you're pursuing, what are the numbers you are pursuing, and the sector feels you should be doing something else, those divided views get you nowhere. They get you nowhere. So you need to be very clear as an MQA as well. What do your employers require from you? What does the government require from you? And what accountability do you have as an institution to the sector? Centers of specialization, and the reason why I put it in here, success stories as well as stories that are not so successful. You start off with centers of specialization that aren't even capitalized in the way they should be to deliver occupational qualifications. You got to say to yourself, hang on, when I'm starting this partnership and relationship, do I have all the right structures in place to be able to give really meaningful effect to your centers of specialization? Are my lecturers at the levels that they should be? And if the lecturers are not at the levels they should be, should they come into the world of work? But when they come into the world of work, why should that accountability for the replacement resource at the TVET be placed on institutions like a CETA? Surely we need to look at how we restructure voted funds utilization as well. And I could talk a lot about these things, but I'm just giving you a taste of some of these things. Bursaries. I mean, I know, and this is one criticism, Doc, sorry, I have at the MQA. I've said this time and time again when I was your ex-board member, and I will continue saying it. I think MQA needs to get closer to industry when it comes to bursaries and bursary management. Because right now, we've got to ask ourselves the question with a wide-based approach, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've got over 2,000 bursaries in the pipeline. We've got to ask ourselves, where are they going? Will they get employed? Have we placed them with organizations to be able to pick up? One of the things we said as employers, can we partner with the MQA so that the MQA, when it does this bursary system that it's running, is actually working with industry and not keeping apart from that? And we can always talk out of this in terms of the industry as well. Then research. And here I'm criticizing my own colleagues from business and from employers. I know, Joseph, Leeson, Nelly from the MQA would time and time send out surveys, questionnaires. Where's your demand? What are the skills you need? And what's our thing? Oh, okay, it's a survey. Forget about it. Forget about it. We cannot keep adopting that kind of approach if we want to make sure that the MQA is driving development in the spaces and the areas that we need to. I'm wrapping up. I know I'm a little bit over time there, but I thought I had 15 minutes, sorry, and that's what I based the presentation on, before they poked me in the back here. So maybe in closing, just to say, creating a collaborative ecosystem in the minerals and mining sectors involves fostering trust, mutual respect, and a shared vision amongst all stakeholders for sustainable and responsible practices that benefit all the stakeholders involved. And when one talks of the stakeholders, we're talking civil society, employers, employees, labor, and whoever else you want to talk to. Colleagues, I thank you for your time, and apologies, Program Director. Thanks.
Good morning. I would like to acknowledge the chairperson and the CEO of the Mine Qualifications Authority, and also the leadership teams of those organizations, also the representatives of all the different stakeholders here together today. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be able to speak to this audience today. So my challenge is, and I know that I shouldn't have more than one slide for every minute that I have, and my challenge is I now seem to have 15 slides or so to get through in 10 minutes. So let's see how it goes. So I'd like to start with just a few general comments, but not something that's my view. I think some of us here would share the views that are expressed here, but this is something that was derived from academic studies, published work that was done both locally and abroad. And then I'd like to go over to some application examples of how the skills that are typical of the fourth industrial revolution technologies find application in the workplace, and specifically as it relates to the mining industry. With intelligent mining systems, people can be removed from hazardous work environments and productivity can be improved. So there's one. Original equipment manufacturers in countries like Australia, Canada, Finland, and Sweden have achieved improved worker safety through 4R technologies such as remote machine operation and real-time information management and reporting systems. And then work done locally indicated that there are similar expectations for improvements in our mining industry, both on the safety as well as on the productivity side. We know that the curricula of qualifications such as mining engineering require revision from time to time to ensure that they stay relevant in the face of the introduction of new technologies and new knowledge. And this, in fact, is done. I propose it to you that similarly, mining qualifications and training across the mining value chain need to stay current and to embrace, for example, intelligent mining technologies to enable the South African mining industry to remain competitive. Amid the need to develop new technologies, one must not forget about the value of human skills. And this was interesting to see in the literature, where studies have found that even though you need to stay abreast with the technological developments that go hand in hand with the implementation of fourth industrial revolution technologies, those interpersonal and human skills such as communication, conflict resolution, cultural awareness, and community relations remain important. I think those of us that are close to those processes in our mining industry can attest to that. So what I'd like to do next, and let's see if I can spend 2 minutes on each of the 4 practical examples that I want to give, and you'll excuse me if I skip past a slide here and there. I'd like to give just 4 examples of how the application of these technologies can be done in our mining industry or in work related and to the benefit of our mining industry. So the first one has to do with competency-based training, as we like to call it, of people, and specifically here, the one that we developed focuses on emergency response training. So what's the problem with old school type of training? We all know the scenario. People sit in a class and the lecturer drones on and on. Hopefully I'm not doing that at the moment. People are on their telephones, they may be looking out the window, maybe even taking a nap. Poor engagement, and you can bet that they won't have good recall of the information that the trainer was trying to get across to them. Now the additional factor is if they find themselves in a high stress scenario, will they then be able to recall that was taught while they wasn't even really listening? I bet you they won't. There's the example from an airline scenario. We've all seen that card, that emergency response procedure card. Put the mask over your nose and your mouth. When the thing really happens, what does the photograph on the right tell us? It's not over the nose, people. So do you want to take the risk that your people will be in a similar situation with their self-rescuer when there's fire underground? So how do we respond to that? We know that underground fires and explosions can be devastating. We know prevention is better than cure. But when it does happen, and the stats on the right-hand sides from MRS show us that it does happen, this year is represented on there, then you need appropriate and rapid response for a person to get themselves safely to a place of safety. So, last slide on this one, how do we do it? We developed an immersive and experience-based training intervention to achieve high learner interaction so that we can have excellent retention and recall of the information, of the learning content. And then, very importantly, the competency part. At the end, it must be assessed for the person to demonstrate competency. Just to name a few highlights from this. We want to engage the 5 senses, not just looking and listening. It must be interactive. So we're using interactive e-learning modules so that the person keeps on interacting with the content and stays engaged. The person needs to learn what to expect. In our case, for emergency response, we've got an expectation trainer device that we developed for a self-rescuer use, or a rescue pack as we know it. It teaches the person what to expect in terms of the breathing from that device so that they know to trust it when they use it, because it's not like breathing from free air. They have to practice the motor skills. This is applicable in just about any skill that you're going to teach a person to apply other than an office job. You can't just learn it from a book and looking at a video. You need to practice the motor skills. In our example, it's having a self-rescue training set, a dummy set as we call it, and you take it out of the enclosure and you don the unit. But you don't do it once. You definitely don't just watch the facilitator showing you. You do it a few times, a number of times, against the stopwatch until you are competent. And then lastly, bringing in the virtual reality to put a person in that immersive environment where your subconscious starts to tell you there is now really a fire. I am in a mine and I need to react. You start to get a little bit anxious. Can you recall what you need to remember? Can you make the right decisions that was taught to you? Okay, with that, I'm stepping off of this one. The next example, a learning factory. What does a learning factory do, and why do we even need one? I think the issue about the skills gap that exists, especially in these new technologies and the application of 4-hour technologies, I don't have to elaborate on. There are some key points on there, but I think we will be in agreement when we say that there is a lack in digital literacy and digital skills in our industry. We don't have enough people skilled in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and problem-solving skills. How do we address that? A learning factory is one way of assisting to close those gaps. It gives us an innovative practical hands-on environment where the workforce can develop industry-relevant skills. And that serves as a bridge between the theoretical learning and the real-world application. So what does this look like? These are just a few of the areas that we've included in the learning factory that we have at the CSIR. The CSIR can assist the industry with developing similar learning factories or learning centers, if you like, in your regional area with the specific elements that speak to your needs. So the one is simulation, human-centered automation. So this is an automative aspect to it, but to assist the human to do the job better and more efficiently. The use of robotics. The smart home automation, look, it's fun, it's cool, but it also teaches you some of the basic concepts of the Internet of Things technologies. The use of virtual reality and augmented reality features in the learning factory as well. These things are very versatile tools. So we've used it in the emergency response training. It has many applications, and I think this is something that should form part of your learning center or your learning factory. And then lastly, the use of collaborative robots. Just a quick mention about the architecture of the learning factory. So there is a theoretical training component to it, and this can be either cross-cutting or sector-specific, or industry-specific if you like. There's definitely practical training in it, once again, cross-cutting or sector-specific. And then there are application areas in the learning factory, and there is experiential learning components that are sector-specific, and this is really important. And then lastly, a makerspace. The wonderful thing about a makerspace, it's a stimulating environment that puts an environment in front of the learner where they can be creative and where new ideas can be born and where they can express their creativity. All right, third example. How am I doing for time, sir? Okay, not too bad. Collision prevention digital twin. So when we talk about the collision prevention digital twin, I need to start at why do we even have this? So the origin of this was, you might have come across the 9 levels of intervention control or of vehicle controls to prevent collisions between trackless mobile machinery, TMM. Number 1 to 6, this is where the work controls need to reduce the risk of these things happening without intervening in the equipment itself. So these are processes, procedures, and rules that are put in place, a traffic management plan, for example, to reduce the inherent level of risk of interactions of one machine with another one, or, God forbid, a machine interacting, colliding with a person. The question that we had to ask was, how can we help the mine to qualify and quantify that their level 1 to 6 implemented initiatives are effective and efficient? And then, based on what we find, is there a way to inform what the residual risk is and how that can be well managed? Typically by using an improvement in 1 to 6, or then level 7, 8, and 9 measures. So really briefly, what does the digital twin entail? So it includes modeling of the sensor technology that is on board the vehicle, as well as the vehicle own monitoring technology, modeling of the mine layout, including the mine traffic management plan. Then it includes the modeling and statistical analysis and machine learning, and modeling of and simulation of the digital twin as a service. So how does this relate to the intervention controls? Through the digital twin, one can see where your areas of risk of vehicle interaction events are, and that speaks to level 1 to 3. You can also monitor and model where your non-conformances do happen or where they are likely to happen, and that speaks to levels 4 to 6. From the digital twin, you also obtain proximity detection data sets that then can be used to develop a heat map and show you where potentially level 7 to 9 controls may benefit you. So let's have a quick look at some practical examples. This is an aerial view of a part of the mine operations, and the colored lines show you the paths that vehicles travel. Those spots that look like heat spots, those are areas that the digital twin identified places where vehicle interaction could occur. So one can then focus interventions on alleviating those potential interaction points. This one looks at non-conformance areas. Okay. And here we can set, for example, speed limit and stop interventions that need to be monitored. And through the digital twin outputs, it tells you when those speed and stop and lane restrictions are not adhered to. So I'm going to pass that one, and just a quick mention of the digital twin also gives you useful information about the performance of each individual driver or across your team, and this can be used to recognize good behavior and to identify the need for training where the driver behavior is causing unnecessary risk. All right, so I've got less than a minute left. The last one, additive manufacturing, refurbishment and replacement parts. So this is part of our photonics center. We're looking at those two areas. Conventional manufacturing involves the material being formed into a big piece of metal, and then through a process, typically through machining, sometimes through casting and machining. There's lots of material removement, lots of waste. Through additive manufacturing, the process goes from the mineral to a powder, and through the additive manufacturing process to a nearly finished product that maybe requires only some minimal machining. The question is, do we in the future have a mining environment where a lot less of our equipment that we need is manufactured through the traditional process, and that then needs to come from all over the world from big manufacturing centers? Or can we have something that can print locally materials, parts on site or close in the regions that can be made available at a just-in-time basis? And the last example, laser metal deposition refurbishment. And this is something that is especially useful in the case where you have large and expensive pieces of equipment that need to be refurbished to reinstate them to a good-for-purpose condition. And this can be done in the workshop, or it can be done by a mobile unit while the equipment is in situ. Metal is added and returning the equipment to a serviceable state. So in conclusion, the adoption and implementation of new technologies will play an important part in making our South African mining industry safer and more competitive in the future. The skills to support intelligent mining systems and tools are scarce. We say that a structured, collaborative approach among mining stakeholders is needed to educate and train people in 4IR skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm supposed to be wired because when I speak, I move. To the CEO, MQA board, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I should say to the CEO and the MQA board, what you need to take home from here, it makes your job very easy. I've been listening to the rest of the speakers. We all speak same language. So it won't be too complicated to then zone down and as to what was the message for the day. I've been listening to my previous speaker, and I'm thinking about my presentation. And in my mind, I'm thinking, if this was an assignment, the lecturer was going to call us in for copying each other or something. But yeah. My topic for today, what I'll be talking about, I'll give you a background. Current training skills, what is happening, the current reality in the mining area. Proposed new skills and purposes and benefits, and it's exactly as you've been talking. We'll look into robotics, what are they, computerized skills, virtual reality. I'll just go one step further from a previous speaker and give some recommendations, and that's where my CEO and the board sitting there should really just take that into cognizance. There's a value chain. I'll give you more details what that is. And lastly, it will be your portable skills. I've written exit skills before portable skills, because first time I heard of this word, I was thinking, is it portable because it's a short course? Is it portable because it's 2 days? But portable is actually what skills can you take with you home or to other industry? I need everyone else to understand that. Okay. As a sector, we need to prepare ourselves for the current reality of life in the 21st century. One of the very interesting things as I was doing my research, and I'm sure you've read and you've seen about it, we're going to an era where your fridge will be able to order milk because it can see the milk level is low. And it will have a drone delivering milk outside. We are going there, right? Now, as a mining sector, we got the minerals, we got the money. We cannot not lead the pack when we go that side. Okay? This reality is changing the world and how things are done. The ultimate goal for a mining company is to get the minerals out of the ground, make sales. But the reality is these minerals are getting less and more complicated to be mined. The way we mined 50 years ago is very different from how we're doing the mining today. And I'll give you one example. If you move around here, Jimiston, Soweto, and all that, you see very big mining dumps. And all of a sudden, there's people with trucks trying to remine. I just happened to stop and ask, what are you guys doing? They say, no, there's gold here. How people mined 50 years ago, they didn't have the machinery to get all the mine off the ground. So we're going back to the dumps and we're getting gold again. So that's very interesting. We need to accept that how we do things needs to change. I happen to work in the deepest mine in the world. Mponeng is now Harmony. And one of the day I went down. I'm not very fond of going underground. I think I worked there many years, but only 2 times I went underground. And they said to me, Howdy, you need a guide. You know, when you go underground, you need a guide. I said, why? Everyone is there. They said, no. There's sections there. We call them Madala site. If you work in the mine, you know what I'm talking about. Madala site, there's either the danger of the ground falling or there's a cyanide. So you cannot go there. My question was, so if no one can go there, does it mean there's no gold there? They said, no, there is gold, but it's not safe anymore to go there. And that's where the new judicial training comes in. Because my colleague spoke about robotic. I can send a robotic down there to get that gold. If there's a reef of gold, and now it's Madala side because there's a danger of falling, or the cyanide, my robot won't die. Do you guys agree? So we do need these new skills. The sector needs to consider the skills of mining these minerals in a safer way without shedding jobs. Labor was here, so I had to put in the presentation. Every time you bring machinery to work, the labor will say, what about our people? Are you going to send them home? We need to make sure that we retrain the people. We need to make sure that we give them new skills so that we don't send them home. And these machines, colleagues, you need to understand, they cannot operate themselves. So labor, please don't shoot us when we bring this technology. We will still need people to operate this machine. But the key is, will those people have the skills to be able to operate those machines? Therefore, cutting-edge programs are those that adequately addresses either the needs or change in specific sector. There shouldn't be a vacuum between the programs and the funding available and the status quo in this sector. Every time I speak about the funding, I'll be looking at you, Mr. CEO. Okay. Now, what is the current situation? What is happening right now at the mining? Because we're talking about the future. In this current moment, people that do mining is your engineers and your miners. So when you look at the miners, mining personnel, be it your rock engineer, geologists, currently needs to be trained in a mock-up area, okay? They need to be trained in a mock-up area. Things are still done physically where there's still possibility of fatality or injury because you still need to go down, okay? Tools and machinery vehicles which are currently used to do the actual mining are physically driven and physically operated. You need to be able, you are still in training, but you need to jump in that vehicle and operate it. You can still have an accident, okay? When you look at your metallurgists, samples must be taken physically by highly qualified metallurgists with degree and honors. I deal with the graduates, I know them. I visit some of them at the mine, and one asked me about a few months and say, how do you please buy me sun shade? And I said, you are a metallurgist, you got honors degree, what's wrong? He said, no, we take this bucket here, we walk there to the sun, we take a sample, we come back and we sample it. And I was like, wow, with the honors degree. So we need to change that. I'm sure somewhere with the CSIR here, we can research into pipe, bringing that sample here, and in that sample there should be sensors that can tell us what's in here without being able to go fetch a bucket 10 trips on the sun. We need to move. Okay. In engineering, the current mining skills, I'm instrumentation by trade, so I come from here, and I've seen few colleagues that I wrote trade tests with decades ago. In engineering duties like electrical, mechanical, fitting and turning, 90% of the time things are still done physically. From the training received to when one receives a red seal, very less is about computerized skills. Actually, not very less, everything. By the time I wrote my trade test, I didn't have to know computer. I didn't have to be able to operate computer. But if I visit those training material today, somebody who knows nothing about computer can still qualify as an artisan. That needs to change. Okay? When we did it, they call it a red seal. I was discussing with Tim, I think they need a new name. We need a blue seal or something, where if you are a technician, you need to be able to operate a PC inside out. Because those machineries that you're going to be working with is about process control. You're going to be like a child using a phone. If you can't do that, we cannot call you an artisan anymore. Okay. That's where I say the lecturer was going to call to me and you and say, this is a perjury. But it's fun. It just makes the job of the board easier to say, what is the message of today? We're saying we need to move with times. We're saying we need to have our people retrained in the digital era. Okay? The robotics, I also happened to, one time in my life, I worked for Mercedes-Benz. I went to Eastern Cape in their plant where they're doing the assembling. The car can be assembled up to 90% only by the robots. Okay? So we are in Africa, we got the minerals. Yes, we don't know how to manufacture cars, but with our mining, we can put some budget to be able to use these robots to our benefit, where no one will be dying. In mining, we are able to send a robot on its own underground where it can precisely start drilling where the mineral is. No more metallicite, no cyanide, that's going to kill someone. Okay? We are able to load the products on the conveyor belts outside. So no one has to spend many hours underground just to go find the reef. In the plant, minerals can also be processed with half of the time a woman can take. But again, we're not going to employ 10 intelligence women be, AI women be, and then retrench everyone. We will be in trouble with labor. We're not going that direction. The visual reality. When I research this, and I can see CSIR made much further research, but when I take it to practicality, I'll give one example. Was it a year or two ago where Mokgalakwana bought the most expensive vehicle which will be used? And I'm sitting thinking that, say, as expensive as it is, somebody needs to be taught on how it operates. Can you imagine somebody on training rolling that vehicle? It is possible. You're seeing it for the first time, you are the new operator, accident can still happen. So we need to move away from that. When you talk virtual reality, if you go in a training center, you find what they call mock-ups. When you talk about mock-ups, you have controls, you can do this, you can imagine you're driving a car, but that's all about it. With visual reality, you get to have a touch and a feel, as if you are in the real world. By the time you operate the real car, you're not scared of how high this car is. I'm not sure if we've got young fellows in here. If we do have, you've been to Monte Casino, few places where you can go and wear this thing and you feel like you've just flown to the other world. The real thing happens, it's just like reality. It's not just like mock-up. Okay. I've been told they've added 5 more minutes for me. Okay, I'm joking. Okay, computer training skills. Mining colleagues, 10 years ago, when you go into the mine, the biggest drive was, you are new, you are here, come learn something quick. And we were talking about, you either need to go do Abet, or you either need to be taught Fanakalo, right? You know that. I forgot all my Fanakalo, but there's one word I remember. They say, lo picking in machine and a flyer night shift. And that is a bed, okay? So that used to happen. So what I'm going to say here is, instead of taking people through ABET and your Fanakalo and all that, we are now need to make sure people know how to operate a PC. You cannot be a qualified personnel with your degree, honors, diploma, and you don't know how to operate a computer. Because those machines that comes, you need to be able to log in and operate and sign in and do that. If you can't, you're going to fall off the bus. Okay? Now, we have few recommendations we've put. CITA's MQA to incorporate 20 to 40% of new digital evolution into the developed qualification. I also happen to be part of people developing the qualifications. They called us TRG at that time. So let me explain what happened in the TRG, because that's where we develop qualifications which will be used by industry. They say the speed of buffalo head is determined by the slowest one. That's exactly what we did. So we will come around and we will sit there and take this material and review and try to add. But we will also be careful not to bring a technology as a higher technology where now, Anglo Gold Ashanti, when it goes back, it needs 2 million rand budget to now be able to train. So we'll always, it will be a battlefield in there if you can come and visit. It will be about, no, you can't change it this much. I don't have money to do this. So let's take this polish sheet, change it there. So we need to change that. We need to be able to say, this is a training of a technician or an artisan. 40% of this is old stuff. Let it come out. We need computerized stuff, let it be in there. And once as a sitter, we've inserted it in there. All the training providers, all the mining house, if you don't have that, you're now not qualified. So to my about to CEO, we need to revisit people developing material for the industry so that can be qualified. We need to go change, right? Development is done in alignment to the change, and reality in the sector move away from the traditional old way of developing qualifications. So just thinking, sitting here thinking, what's going to happen in the next TRG? What should happen in the next TRG? Because those guys, they're actually working. They just meet twice a month or so, and they come and discuss what they think is fit. From MQA, we need to find someone who can go and do very extensive research, and that will come and say, guys, this is what we're doing. Okay, so I got 10 more minutes. Okay, all right. The message has been driven home. I just want to touch on one slide which is very important on the value chain. Beneficiaries sort of leadership bursary absorbed into internship program in order to allow them to get necessary skills. Let me speak about this. I deal a lot with graduates, interns, and all that. So through this value chain, we find there's a lot of breakages. MQA can give somebody a bursary, and this person goes to university, gets a degree. But now, for the next year, he takes a gap year and becomes a petrol attendant, because the value chain doesn't connect. We need to give somebody a bursary, put him in a learnership. You're not so much employed if you just went to the learnership and no experience. So it has to start from bursary all the way to internship. The purpose of internship is to give you some sort of experience so that you are employable at the end of the day, okay? I've been told time and I need to respect this. Last is what I've already spoke about. Not everyone can be absorbed into the mining. And some people that have been in mining, they are sick or old, they need to get what we call portable skills so that they can be able to have a life after mining. And in conclusion, the best time to plant a tree you can enjoy its shade is 20 years back. But the next best time is today. And we are the people with the mineral. We're going to do it today. Thank you.
I must be honest, when I was given the invitation to speak on small-scale mining, one of the questions I asked one of the officials, I said, who's going to be the delegates in this conference? Because what I was thinking, it's small-scale mining. And where small-scale mining is found is in your rural settings. You're talking about restless communities where there's tensions. So I'm thinking, I hope there's no people being bussed in here. Is MQA making me a sacrificial lamb here if there are communities? But I was assured, no, there are other delegates. But nonetheless, the topic of small-scale mining is so key today, we can't hide from it. And the issues around illegal mining have actually almost simultaneously made sure that small-scale mining comes into the limelight. I have picked up that Mintech, I wanted to say MQA, has actually prioritized small-scale mining in the recent engagements we've had with them. We've actually walked a long way with MQA in terms of doing small-scale mining interventions and training. That dates many years, and I can see that is coming up again, and we appreciate that from MQA. Now, typically, these are the people that we train in communities, so we spend our time in the communities. So my topic is about entrepreneurship when it comes to small-scale mining businesses. Whatever I'm going to talk about here is just a snapshot of what happens in small-scale mining, because small-scale mining is an entire industry and a sector on its own. So there are many things. If you look at the whole value chain, we talked about technologies here, and we have to bring up to speed your small-scale miners. If you talk about your critical minerals of the future, just energy transition in terms of even our small-scale miners being able to adapt and diversify, we probably don't have a clue where they are when it comes to those things. So really what I'll be speaking to is just a snapshot of how we see small-scale mining and some of the recommendations we may have and some of the details that are important, because small-scale mining, for us, we might say small-scale mining training. We train you on how to mine. Whereas for a small-scale miner, it goes further than that. It includes processing. So if he's mining gold, he wants to process it. Hence, there are issues around when it comes to health and safety, the use of mercury, and many other means. But if you look at the entire value chain, the knowledge is very limited when it comes to small-scale mining and the people that we come across. So I just put in there just what would be a typical small-scale miner. You will see now, especially influenced by the ASM policy, which is your artisanal and small-scale mining policy, that there's also the definition for your artisanal mining. It's looking at subsistence mining operations. You can find new entrants in that. They're using your suboptimal formal mining operations, you know. Some of them, it's almost like hereditary in those communities. That's how they've been mining. They're using rudimentary tools and so on, and then you get your small-scale miners. They are licensed and they're operating, but they've got limited resources in terms of doing that. But having said all of that, when it comes to people that we train, it's good and all to train. I've heard the thread going around that, well, we want to not just train people for the streets, but we want to make an impact. Can they use those skills? But if you look at small-scale mining, it's a lot of mountains the small-scale miners have to climb just to get a license or even have to start an operation. We've come across a lot of guys who are formalized, they have all the papers, but you'll find out for years they haven't started because they can't just get something like an excavator for starters. They have no clue where to go or even how to afford that and so on. So the challenges in this sector are many. So when it comes to the ASM policy, just an overview, we know what the objectives are, is to create a dedicated artisanal small-scale mining legal framework. Obviously, this is a forte of DMRE. I'm sure they can speak more into this. But to make sure that there's optimal, orderly exploitation of mineral resources, we know what will happen. Small-scale miners, because of lack of knowledge, health and safety issues are not considered, and also environmental issues might be a problem, but also to develop mechanisms to legalize artisanal and small-scale mining operations. And I must say, from our side, since this ASM policy has been gazetted, we've had groups of individuals who wanted to be formalized, who have been mining informally so. And also to facilitate entry and meaningful participation, obviously, of the historically disadvantaged South Africans. And also, I think at the end of the day, which is what the topic is about, to contribute towards job creation, economic growth, and poverty alleviation. So, for instance, if you look at the picture that you see there, you can see those are small-scale miners. It's actually a picture of a cooperative that we trained in Kimberley. These miners were formalized by the former Deputy Minister of DMRE, Honorable Minister Oliphant, Deputy Minister. And we soon found out as much as we trained them, they had more needs and more skills that they required. For instance, how to run a cooperative. For instance, how to access to markets, you name it, and all those things. So I've listed there some of the technical, some of the skills that are needed within this sector, and some of them, we very much know them, but in terms of how we enable this sector to be able to have these skills is another business altogether. So technical skills, for instance, is one of those areas. Business skills is one of the areas. Health and safety, I think we've spoken about that, whether it's on large-scale businesses and mining houses, but also your small-scale miners. Also access to small-scale technologies. These technologies are good, but how do you make sure that also your smaller guys can access these technologies? And also access to funding, we know about that, whether it's loans, it's grants, you know, the capital, upfront capital that comes with that, and also something as small as access to information. You know, so sometimes people just don't even know that information is available, for instance, from the Council for Geosciences. That information is not available to the people that we train. So just some of the areas that we do cover when we do the training that we've done with MQA, and also in collaboration with DMRE, it covers areas such as the mining history and fundamentals of mining, geology, we touch on it, ASM policy, legislation. We've also added the minerals processing because that's so important for your artisanal miner or small-scale miner, and obviously the health and safety. So now if you look at that picture, these are some of the beneficiaries we had. I think it's coming from, I didn't put them here specifically, the Women Diggers Program. You may hear our minister talking about it every now and again, but it's a group of women from, I think it was 6 or 7 provinces that we had to train. And we did this in collaboration with mining houses that opened their doors to get these women to get mining exposure. And they spent a minimum of 6 weeks in a mine, others to 3 months, others even 6 months, just to gain the knowledge. And these are women who are aspirational miners. Others already, they have their operations or they have their paperwork. So this is some of the things that we cover in that. Obviously, that's your classroom setup. I heard what CSIR is saying, and I totally agree. We've had to also look at adjusting and look at technologies simply because we were affected by COVID. We could not go to sites, and some of the training was also delayed because of those things. If you can look on those pictures as well, if you look at the age group of the people, that it varies. We get young people, we get mature women in our programs, so we get various people from various walks of life that come and do our training and who are aspiring to be in mining and get into mining and looking for those opportunities. Okay, it's more, these are just assessments at our sites. I'm told about the time. So this is just a typical site or a mine that we've taken some of our trainees to have exposure in mining. If we look at the red there at the bottom, some of the things, some of the operations we've had, they've complained about is capacity building, issues around governance, reporting, mining optimization, social engagements, because some of them, they actually are community trustees. You know, it's a trust, a community trust with the chief. And there are all sorts of dynamics there because it's a larger group of people that are trying their best to get a mine or to continue mining operations and many other things in social engagement generally. Also what we are finding as well, even professionals, they do want to know should they venture into entrepreneurship, what are the things they need to know and have in place. So we're getting a lot of these inquiries in terms of mine planning, compliance, your mandatory codes of practice, you name them, all the necessary things that have to be followed. That picture there, we've had more interest also in the SADC region from officials from the equivalent of DMRE who say, look, we want to know what can we do for small-scale miners, what are the things that we need to put in place to make sure that they are there. Just an example, this is a cooperative in Mpumalanga that they received training, and this is a women's group. We did this in collaboration with SAWIMA, South African Women in Mining. They helped us to identify these women, and they completed their training, and post that they made the application, and this is one of the farms that they had identified where they could mine, where they had picked up dimension stone or slate and shale. And obviously now currently they are being helped by the, for business skills, business plan and all those things, just to make sure that this thing happens. For small-scale miners, even to just get your environmental assessment done, you might have your papers, it's just a mountain to do that. So if we have funders in this room, those are areas we can really add value in. And this one, also another interesting one, these ones were given a gold mine dump. They're based in Mpumalanga, and we came in and we helped them with processing, because they had to remine and start processing the gold dump itself, and obviously to be able to get the gold out of it. And this is a Mintech team that's set up. We call this an Igoli plant, where they can process their gold and so on. So we set it on plant at their location, and that has been making inroads. It's just part of the plant itself, but we've done, Mintech does many other things in terms of technology, and we're all about making sure that technology is accessible to your small-scale miners. So something like a process flow for a small-scale miner is something they have no clue where to go to and find to, and even to know whether they need it or not. And then the next one, okay, my slides are not moving, but generally, if you look at some of the things, we have groups, sometimes they don't even, let's talk about a processing plant, they don't even know which one to choose. And they'll come to Mintech, we say, look, if the different service providers will sit with you in those meetings, not to advocate for a particular one, but at least to hear what it can do and how it can assist you. Obviously, when it comes to a rotary pen, this is what's created at Mintech. So that we're trying to create something that is mobile, because also your small-scale miners are moving quite a lot, something that they can use, and then it can be easily powered and all of that. So if you actually look at the entire presentation, it talks to the skills they need, it also talks to the equipment and the know-how of how to process the minerals that they do have. Because here's a problem with that. What we had picked up from some of the research we've done, if I make an example, for instance, in Northern Cape, when it comes to the Tiger's Eye, we found out you had small-scale miners there, but in terms of even selling what they were mining, they were underselling, because literally they just didn't know how to grade them. So these are some of the things that we have done for the small-scale miners. That is just a snapshot to show you what are the needs really that are in the small-scale mining. And I appreciate that in this house, not one speaker, but more than one speaker has actually mentioned how it's important that this sector gets supported so that we get to move on. I will stop it there. There's so much that we can add there, but we can stop it there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. To our Chief Inspector of Mines and Chairperson of the MQA Board, Mr. David Msiza, the board members representing the MQA and the various institutions, to our host, the CEO of the MQA and his team, to all union representatives, organized industry and labor, state representatives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon to you all. It's with a profound sense of responsibility that I address you today on behalf of the Mine Health and Safety Council. The theme of this pivotal MQA skills Lekgotla, envisioning a mining skills beyond 2030, resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. And it is within this context that I wish to underscore the critical impact of health and safety on the mining and mineral sector. So the mining and mineral sector, while the cornerstone of our nation's prosperity, is not without its dangers, as we're all aware. The very nature of mining operations exposes our workforce to inherent risks, from physical hazards to exposure to potentially harmful substances. It is a reality that our industry has grappled with throughout its history, and one that demands our unwavering commitment to addressing. The imperative for health and safety in the mining and mineral sectors extends beyond regulatory compliance. It is a moral obligation, a commitment to ensuring that every individual who contributes to the sector returns home unharmed at the end of their shift. Now, beyond this moral obligation, there exists a compelling business case for maintaining a healthy and safe workforce. The negative impacts of neglecting health and safety are not only human tragedies, but also manifest in substantial financial consequences for the industry. Accidents, injuries, and occupational diseases result in increased medical expenses, compensation claims, legal ramifications, and a tarnished industry reputation. On the positive side, a safe and healthy workforce translates directly to increased productivity, reduced downtime, and enhanced operational efficiency. Now, achieving a healthy and safe workforce requires more than just compliance to regulations, as I've mentioned before. It necessitates a competent workforce capable of identifying and managing various occupational health and safety risks. The ability to operate machinery is just one facet of the skills required. A deeper understanding of the safety protocols and a proactive approach to risk management are equally crucial. In envisioning mining skills beyond 2030, we must place a premium on skills that empower individuals not only to be productive contributors, but also vigilant guardians of their own safety and the safety of their colleagues. The Mine Health and Safety Council, in its unwavering commitment to the well-being of the workforce, has been pioneering research initiatives aimed at comprehensively understanding the complex and dynamics of health and safety within the mining industry. Our research endeavors delve into the intricacies of occupational hazards, the efficacies of safety protocols, and the continual improvement of health and safety practices. So as we convene at today's Skills Lekgotla, let us celebrate the impacts of research on our understanding of health and safety, recognizing that knowledge is the bedrock upon which we build a resilient and secure mining sector. As the Mine Health and Safety Council, however, we recognize the paramount importance of skills development in ensuring that every individual within our sector is equipped and to navigate the challenges inherent in this dynamic sector. While research provides a theoretical foundation for safety practices, the practical application of this knowledge is vested in the skills and the training of our workforce. The true magic transpires at the intersection of research, skills development, and safety initiatives. The insights gathered from research inform the content and focus of our skills development programs, ensuring that they are not only relevant but also forward-thinking. And the practical application of these skills, in turn, amplifies the impacts of our safety initiatives, creating the cycle of continuous improvement. So skills and training are not only about technical proficiency, they're also about instilling a safety-conscious mindset in every worker. Through comprehensive training programs, we empower individuals to identify and to mitigate potential hazards and to respond effectively to emergencies and contribute proactively to a culture of health and safety within their teams. In the ever-evolving landscape of the mining industry, skills and training serves as the shield that protects our workforce against the uncertainties of the industry. And by fostering a learning environment and prioritizing health and safety, we not only safeguard the lives but also nurture a future workforce that is adaptable, resilient, and committed to best practices. So as we engage in the discussions and the commissions of the Skills Lekgotla, let us recognize the symbiotic relationship between research, skills, and health and safety. It is a holistic approach that acknowledges the interconnectedness of these elements and positions us to overcome challenges and to seize opportunities that lie ahead. And by working in tandem, we can build a path towards a mining and mineral sector that is not only economically robust, but also a global example in health and safety practices. So in conclusion, let us envision a future where health and safety are not just regulatory obligations, but are intrinsic components of our industry's DNA. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations which will emanate during the Skills Lekgotla. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Very exciting parts of the program. We are getting closer to solutions now and actions, that can be tracked. So a collective round of applause, I think, for all the speakers. And they are actually setting us up very nicely for our commissions, And we know, we've discussed with my partner in crime here and leadership that probably the robust engagements and discussions need to happen at the commission. So if you've made notes and maybe was looking forward to asking a question to the panel, we will strongly advise that please go to your commission of interest and add value there, have the engagements, and we find the solutions that we need. I hope all delegates are in agreement with that approach. So I think, again, I think there are gifts, a token of appreciation. If the gifts are not here, Kedi, we will arrange maybe outside, but there should be gifts for all speakers. We don't discriminate. They are there. Okay, perfect. All right, okay. Just a round of applause as our panelists exit the stage, and then we'll just, are we good? Okay, just a second, we'll just give the gifts. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah. Sorry. Apology. Oh, yes. Sorry, just an apology on behalf of one of our panelists, Mr. Mustaq Ali. He had a pressing matter and could not stay for the duration of the session, so apologies on his behalf. And I think what we'll do next, as maybe one of the last items of this plenary session here today, is announce our commissions, where we said that's where we expect the engagements and, more importantly, the solutions to come from. And I will mention the name of the commission, and I'll ask the facilitator maybe to please come on stage so we see who the facilitator is, and we can agree on the logistics and where the venue is. I'm sure there are also ushers outside and signage as we announce the names to assist us get to the commissions that we need to. The first commission, Commission 1, is highlights of the importance of skills development ecosystem. So this is at the King Shaka room. If Tommy can, we just clap for our facilitation leader. And then, yeah. And the second session is Technology 4IR, which was spoken about quite at length here. 4IR and how it supports the advancement of MMS. And then we'd like to call the session leader for that session, Mr. Sakile Mulauti, if he's in the room, so we all see who Sakile is, and so that we can also guide with the logistics of that. And then the third commission, research interventions in the mining and mineral sector. That is at Heathrow, the Heathrow session. And then I would also like to call the facilitator for that, Ms. Zodwa Mashinini, also maybe to come to the front so we see her before we exit. So Commission 2 is at Barcelona. Yeah. Sorry? Okay. Tabo can come up. Yes, Tabo. Thank you, young man, for volunteering. Thanks. Okay. So Tabo will assist with Commission 2, Barcelona. The fourth commission is the small-scale mining and beneficiation interventions. That is at Marco Polo. And Mr. Tsepo Toteti. Yeah, Tsepo is here already. Thank you, Tsepo. So that's our facilitator. You can clap for Tsepo and Tabo. Thank you. Yeah. And then the fifth commission is mine community and youth development, distribution in line with the district's development model. This is at the auditorium, and Miss Bridget Matebula, if she can please make her way to stage so we see the facilitator. And then the sixth commission is developing interventions and initiatives requiring for jewelry and diamond beneficiation. And this is at Terminal A, so the last commission will be taking place in the venue we are in. And the session leader there is Ms. Frida Moshime. If Ms. Frida please is in the venue, if she can please come up. But this is an easy one as it's here.
Okay, so there's a swap.
Okay.
Commission 6 is going to Kinshasa.
Okay, so just a correction on the venue.
And then
Commission 6 is going to King Shaka.
And Commission
1.
Yeah.
Okay, Commission 1 is remaining here.
Commission 1 is coming here.
Okay. Just a correction there. Thanks, Amanda. So the 6th commission will be going to King Shaka, and Commission 1 will be staying here in Terminal A. Okay, yeah, so colleagues, I'm not sure if we have all the facilitators here, but yeah, so this is the closing of the session.
I represent Frida. I will take
Okay. Amanda is here. A round of applause for Amanda. Yeah, is that for Commission 6?
Yeah, Commission 6.
Okay. All right. Yeah, colleagues, I think without wasting any time, we'll let our leadership deal with the logistics and where we are going. Please, you know who they are. And thank you from my side. My partner, please, just in closing, because we are not coming back here. We are coming back tomorrow for the reporting. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I think on behalf of my core program director and I, to thank you for your engagement as well as your participation. We do apologize for some of the little mishaps that happened and hope that you could bear with us. Tomorrow's program starts at 9:30 here in the plenary, and I understand that the gala dinner is still scheduled to start at 5. So do enjoy your commissions and bear the time in mind. Thank you very much.
You guys are doing very well. You make me jealous. Fatila forgot my program. I'm very good. How are you? So I'll take this one. If it's
you want a program?
She forgot it. And,
was it Fatila? Oh, okay.
No, this one is yours. And where
Are you joining one of the sessions? Are you joining one of the sessions? I'm so sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Who's doing commission 2? Sakila didn't come here, so I didn't say.
No, they were already in the rooms, so we had to improvise.
Okay.
But this information is in the program, I think.
As
the name
like
of the
which room?
commissions. Yeah. Yes.
It's the same one as mine, huh?
Is that for?
It's Akile for
You said they must follow Amanda. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, muri tulleri tillela, ya bu supa isupile ma supatilla. Oh, muri tulleri tillela, ya bu supa isupile ma supatilla. Narisa feeling garibusa, narisa feeling garibuse samura, narisa feeling garibusa. Narisa felang karibu se tamamara. Oh, muri tulleri tillela, ya
Supai supile ma supatela.
oh, muri tulleri tillela,
Ya busupai supile ma supatela.
narisa felang karibusa.
Arisa fela karibu se tambura.
Homu, 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 homu na karibu se tamura. Homu, 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 homu na karibu se tamura. Homu ritleri tillela, ya bu sopa isupile ma supatilla. Homu ritleri tillela, na supile ma supatilla. Hadisa felang karibusa, hadisa felang karibuse tamura. Hadisa felang karibusa, hadisa felang karibuse tamura.